Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. So sorry for the technical difficulties we've had today. Yeah, doing a fantastic job getting things under control, keeping things rolling. So, kudos to them. Thank you for working so hard, and glad to be able to bring this back to you. We are potentially just half a map away from the end of this series, Zohan. Gonna be St. Peter's trying to put the finishing moves on.
Yeah, it's going to be very close, and this is gonna have to be how they take it from here.
We're going to see similar composition coming out from St. Peter's on the defense that we saw in attack. They seem to really like Ratchet in the sky with this Echo, and I feel like it's working out pretty well for them. A couple of trades coming in. It's going to be one tank for a DPS. Make that two DPS for a tank. That's the rate that you're going to take if you're on St. Peter's side. Ricardo trying to lay in a little bit of damage from the high ground, see if they can't pick off Broccoli, who's found themselves a little out of position at the moment, getting chased down by Ratchet on the side, but they're able to find the safety of their shield behind Firebolt. Mayonnaise not going to be so lucky, though. Quinnipiac now trying to push through underneath here, but not going to find any success that way either.
Yeah, no, indeed. And, okay, I like the summer pick, but this is an interesting composition to really stay with it.
It certainly is. Deadeye got to be committed now from Ricardo. That's going to make several members of Quinnipiac scatter. Firewolf potentially picks the wrong direction to go to try and stay alive and finds their demise at the hands of Ratchet. We're going to see Nachos now with a big Rabbinic Flux, catches several. And with that, St. Peter's holds beautiful.
Yeah, actually a very nice hold there. And I like this composition that they're holding with. This is exactly the comp that I think counters this brawl, and it counters it beautifully. There's so much damage output, a little less than if you had a Zenyatta, but it's still amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ratchet 80% now too. That could make that 90. They're essentially there at this point. Gonna have a couple of trades come in, but the Resurrect's gonna come out in favor of St. Peter's. Going to be a D-Mech as well onto just a Tad. Quinnipiac having a little trouble here trying to get their feet underneath them. Sellout going to be able to get a kill. Just a Tad chased down by Ratchet as well. And once again, Quinnipiac left puzzled, wondering how to push through this defense that St. Peter's has started to really find success with.
And the key is angles. I mean, mayonnaise can be a little bit of self-sustaining. They can, oh, that's a great way to start off. Sell out with the flank.
Massive picks coming in favor of Quinnipiac, though. Ricardo tries to take an off angle with a Deadeye, but caught out. It's going to be Grub clipping the wings of Ratchet. And with that, Quinnipiac will be able to get some card progress, but St. Peter's will definitely have another attempt at stalling this card out.
Yeah, no, they'll have another attempt, and this time bank is massive. And all of these phases, I like St. Peter's composition, so this could allow them to just keep stalling time. They could keep going, but the Shatter.
The Shatter is huge right there. That's going to stall things out considerably for St. Peter's. Two picks in favor of Quinnipiac already. That's going to be just a Tad getting remech'd after the self-destruct. Another in favor of Quinnipiac, and with that, they're going to be able to keep this card moving, and I don't think St. Peter's gets an opportunity to try and stall.
Yeah, maybe there's a small chance. Never mind. Sellout goes down. No, that's definitely, you're without tanks. There's no way you can stall there. But 255 still on the clock though. Quinnipiac can juggle these ults. I'm sorry. I just realized I said juggle. I don't know why. That's even funnier to me now.
This is quite all right. I don't mind in the least. It's branding, right? You gotta, right? There's no such thing as bad publicity. So I'll take it. We're gonna have Grub successfully fighting Hunter with the Deadeye, but a trade comes out as well. Gonna be a 5v5 at the moment. 2:25 on the clock as well for Quinnipiac. They've got this card moving around, and you know, St. Peter's finished, but they didn't finish with time. So Quinnipiac absolutely in a good position to, you know, at least equalize what St. Peter's had, maybe even best it. Rabbinic Flux going to be committed now by Nachos, catches a few in the air. Nice hook coming out from Sellout. Not going to find the kill that they need, but the D-Mech does come in on the just a Tad. Ratchet with just a sliver of health there. They're going to have to do their best to stay alive. And Grub, unfortunately, did not do just that. That's going to be St. Peter's coming away with a 2-player advantage. Make it 3 and the fight win.
Yeah, the fight win, and Mayonnaise gets a bit of damage off, but already had their ult, so could actually get caught out and actually even allowed Sellout to get in a position for a hook. And oh,
That
this is going to come down to the wire. Yeah.
It certainly is. Minute 30 on the clock. That is 2, maybe 2.5 fights left to go. But it's a 5v5 right now, but the res is going to come out for St. Peter's. Cookie has committed the sound barrier, but all those shields are gone, and with that, Grub goes as well. Just Ted throws in the self-destruct, not going to find any kills. Mayonnaise has the Death Blossom, could be used here in response, but now that the DMAC comes out on Just Ted, it's likely just a reset.
Yeah, it has to be reset there, and this is critical. There's 1, maybe 2 full fights left, but they're investing ults, Juggle, and I don't think this is the right idea.
Oh my gosh, but look at that. They get 3 picks right off the bat from it. That's going to be St. Peter's having to fall back considerably now. 46 seconds left to go, and Quinnipiac looks like they've got some life. A couple of picks do come out, but Quinnipiac's still going to be in charge of the card here, still going to be able to get it moving, but St. Peter's will be able to come back and contest this. And oh my god, look at Nachos. They are caught out in such a bad position. That's going to be brutal for St. Peter's chances. Huge hook onto Mayonnaise. No, they had the Death Blossom. That's one of Quinnipiac's win conditions out the window now, Zohan. This is 20 seconds left to go. Quinnipiac cannot afford any more mistakes, and already Just That is gone. Grub has to come up with a huge set out to try and stall things, have to allow their team to regroup. 10 seconds left to go. Quinnipiac's chances at coming back this are on the line. St. Peter's playoff berth could become a reality there. They're desperately hoping it does. 1 second left to go. The overtime has been triggered. Ratchet gets the pick on the Firebolt. That's exactly how they want to start it. The Death Blossom gets 1, but only 1 as they're stunned out of it. Ricardo pops the Deadeye now. We've got the Nano Boost committed by Broccoli, but just a tad, Team X Cookies out of the fight. Trades coming in for each team right now. Quinnipiac has the card right at the edge of success. Bruh pops the Deadeye. They get a significant amount of damage onto Nacho, but crucially don't kill them. It's gonna be Sellout taking a lot of damage, but the hook is big. That's gonna take out a member of Quinnipiac. Firewolf beats an anti-day just a tag. Gonna be D-Mech. St. Peter's University has everything that they need to do to come away with the fight win, the map win, the series win, and get potentially their playoff berth in this EGF tournament right here. It's their moment to try and seal the deal. Overtime starting to take down. Just a few members left of Quinnipiac on point. It's just going to be Mayonnaise on the Tracer. Can they take care of them? It's going to be Sellout trying to do as much as they can. Grub does get a pick, but they're taken out now by the whole hook. Ratchet doing as much as they can. Sellout pushing people away. The overtime takes over. That's going to do it. St. Peter's, they may in fact be able to head to the playoffs.
Yeah, that. Wow. We don't know for sure what the playoff implications of this series win for St. Peter's is, but Quinnipiac fought till the end. I have to commend them so much that even if they're still in the playoffs, even if it keeps going, that was like, even if they still go on, they still gave it their all and didn't work out in the end. St. Peter's now have a chance at the playoffs. They not confirmed just yet. Colorado still has to beat Hawaii, but you know, St. Peter's has to be feeling good and has to be excited for how they go from here.
Yeah, they certainly do. This is best case scenario for them. Their fate isn't directly in their hands, but it is certainly going to be much more likely that they get to see those playoffs. So we get to, you and I won't be casting that Hawaii Colorado series. It will be coming up later. Oh, you will be casting. You will be. Yeah. Oh, excellent. All right, so you'll be there for it. I will be departing for it. So I'll have to hear how it goes later. But we're gonna throw it to a break before we get this next game underway. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be back in just a few short minutes. Zohan, any final words before we throw it to break?
Good luck in the playoffs, St. Peter's. Maybe this is gonna age like milk, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, we will be back very shortly.
do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University, here we do.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. We have already had a very exciting evening here, Zohan. And things look like they could be just as exciting on this match. We've got Canisius College going up against DePaul University. No playoff implications at stake here. Both have been eliminated from the playoff potential, so they're just playing for pride at this point. They're playing to see if they can, come away with a win here towards the end of the season. Maybe have that little bit of momentum pushing into the next one.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully doing well and maybe to cheer on their other teams. I know DePaul plays a lot of Valorant and CSGO as well. And, I think DePaul actually, DePaul for sure going to the playoffs of the Valorant in our Power Series this weekend. So, hopefully they do well, cheer their team on, do well for the, the little bit of I don't know how to say this. The vibes. They want the vibes to go well for this weekend for DePaul. I know Canisius played in Valorant as well. Not in Valorant too well. Not doing too well. But I like this mirror composition. But look at this. A Zarya for Canisius.
Yeah, don't see Zarya coming out much these days, but we're gonna see it here today. Starting out on Lijiang Tower once again, and the dice have been rolled, and we will see Control Center first. One more time, we've got both teams now meeting on this high ground. A little bit of difference in the DPS line, and that could be part of the difference maker here, as it were. Gonna see a lot of damage now coming in from Noob with that fully charged Symmetra beam. They're going to be pushing back hard against Nathaniel. One pick already onto the main tank of DePaul, but it's going to be quickly equalized by Canisius. However, DePaul coming away with several more kills in their favor now. It's on the back of Noob with this Symmetra. Huge damage coming in and just melting the competition.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a set play by Canisius, but I liked how Nathaniel going in for that charge and then getting a pick off, and Flick was there waiting to back up their teammate. Didn't work out in the end. Noob's just absolutely wrecking everyone, but great play there.
Yeah, it absolutely was. We're gonna see now the application matrix committed by Mischievous to just treat Canisius at bay right now. DePaul has 20-some% on the board right now after that first fight win. Canisius starting to push in now. Nana Boost has been committed. Shatter thrown out by Zafe. Not going to find anything this time. Liga TV coming away with a huge pair of kills right there in favor of Canisius. They may be able to take this point back or under their control for the first time in short order, but they still got quite a bit to get through. Nathaniel has successfully pushed back the team quite a bit. Tangerine now on an off angle for DePaul, but they're going to get out of dodge quickly. Volak does find a kill on a Ghost, so now Melon Monster is the only person left for Canisius to try and keep their team alive. Look at TTV throws in the Dragon Strike. That's going to go right through the heart of what DePaul was trying to get done right there. But they don't care. Zafe's going to be good for a pair of kills. Death Blossom committed, though, by Special K. This could still go the way of Canisius, but no, DePaul has the kills to put this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Special K there. Just Noob. Don't know what kind of aim tracking they work on, but they're doing incredible work. They're just getting so many pickoffs, and ults are equal. So just DePaul needs to hold out well, and it'll be fine. And
Shatter blocked by Zafe. They're gonna throw one of theirs out as well, and that one lands. 4 go down immediately. Volak trying to take care of the rest of the members of Canisius. Not able to, though, with that sound barrier, but the Riptire will finish him off. That's the support line down. And with that, DePaul will be rewarded with another fight win. And this is now last fight territory for Canisius. They're gonna have to work hard to get back the point.
I'll have to be feeling good coming into this last fight. I don't even know if Canisius can touch. A beautiful shatter, but the kill already. If they get this Lucio, no one can touch. And that has to be it. And yeah, there it is.
Wow, what a showing coming out from DePaul University. 119 on Control Center. They have shown that at least here on this control map, their brawl is reigning supreme right now. We're going to be moving next to Garden, Sohan, so much different look from what we've seen here so far. And Dive and Six-Man, I think, are really the name of the game on this summer.
Neo Goat, Zombie Comp, Six-Man, whatever you want to call it. I haven't seen it in a while, actually. I'm a bit surprised. Canisius going for the TP strat onto point. This could work out. I don't like the Doomfist for Volek here, actually, going into this composition. This is not a traditional Six-Man anymore. This is more of a bit of a dive comp.
Yeah, it is a little bit more of a straight dive comp. Volek going to find value, though, immediately. Look at Team TTV gone as well. No supports left for Canisius, and with that, DePaul just dissects Canisius in short order.
I muted myself to push myself closer in the chair, and I realized I had to do it faster because that fight was over in about 2.3 seconds. But a bit of a silver lining, though. Canisius is going to be able to come back in, and they could take they have a little bit more of a presence once they're solidified somewhere. I think Ghost was just taken out too early, wasn't able to get any healing in. But how fast that fight was, Mischievous still 50% away from Coalescence.
Mischievous, like you said, about halfway to that. Cold Obscure gonna be taken out of the fight. That's a trade, though. Two on each side. Shatter lands from Nathaniel. Tangerine now looking for some kind of opportunity, but they're taken out of the fight. And very quickly, Canisius comes back and takes this point.
Yeah, that is why there is a bit of an issue with how fast that first fight was for DePaul. Look at this. If Mischievous had a slightly longer first fight, was able to get that Coalescence building to about 60, they could have used Coalescence. They could have stalled for longer. They could have sustained. But they went down so fast. Going to be engaging the same way as Canisius with Coalescence, though.
Volek has this Meteor Strike as well, but they don't need it to get that first pick. Immortality Field has been committed. That's going to be out of the fight relatively quickly, and like that, with the snap of a finger, DePaul takes the point back.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have even invested Meteor Strike there. Coalescence just... This composition, it's called the zombie composition. It's called Neo Goats because it just doesn't die once Coalescence is up. It just can't die. That's a good start, though. There's no Coalescence for that.
No. That's not gonna help when you take a tree trunk to the face. Noob gonna be respawning. Tangerine trying to stall things out with the self-destruct to see if they can wait for Volek to get back in the fight. They do just that, or Noob rather, to get back in the fight. Volek holding things down in the meantime. Noob has the Death Blossom, Volek out of the fight, but Noob should be back just about now. Ghost goes down very low, not able to get that Amplification Matrix off and ready to go. There comes the Death Blossom, and that's gonna be the fight win for DePaul.
Yeah, and just now it's gonna be final fight. Canisius coming in with a lot of ults. I'm especially looking at this Grab Dragon. That is a vital win condition. Tangerine has to do something about it, but you can't even use it if your Hanzo was down.
No, that's a big pick. Now I think they're going to be having to look at like a Grab and Matrix or something along those lines. The Grab has been committed, but look at that. No one touches. DePaul takes the win.
Great coordination there. Obviously losing a couple fights, so Canisius still has a chance, but you know, DePaul just showing great control on different compositions. I want to see how Canisius does it with a composition that forces DePaul to spread out more, that forces dives from all sides. I mean, we just saw in the last series, ball composition's amazing at disrupting this. I think that would have really helped against this Neo Goats. I mean, that I said it multiple times on broadcast before. These teams are not the Shanghai Dragons. They're not going to be playing like Fate. They don't have a Fleta or a Lip. Or I can name every one of those Shanghai Dragons, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to keep going with that. And so, you know, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to counter it, because what makes the Neo Goats composition so good is once you get that coordination in, and especially on Hollywood, you can still run it. Like, there's really no maps you can't run the 6-man if you're coordinated enough.
That's very true. And, you know, I think even speaking to Hollywood as well, this is a map where you can run just about anything you want as well, right? So it's a very flexible map, very flexible composition in that 6-man dive, Neo Goats. What was the other term? Zombie comp. We could probably combine all of those into one name, like the Neo Zombie Goats?
Neo Zombie Goats, yeah.
No, that's
Neo Man Zombie. I don't know.
6 zombie goats.
6 zombie goats. Actually, no, that's a good one. 6 zombie goats.
6 zombie goats, or 6 goat zombie. How about 6 goat zombie?
6 goat zombie. It's a tongue twister, but I do like it.
Well, regardless of what we call it, we're gonna be loading into Hollywood now, and looking at DePaul University on defense first, we're gonna see a double shield, and Echo showing up once again. Saw them to great effect being used in our last match, and curious to see if Noob can rise to the occasion here as well.
I'm more looking at this Junkrat. I'm not a huge fan of Junkrat. I hate to say it, because
well, I'm a Wrecking Ball main,
it.
so I hate Junkrat on a personal deep level.
I'm a Tank main, so it's just like I have a Reinhardt pop figure looking at me right now.
That's funny.
So it's kind of like, please don't walk into this, please.
Oh no, Melee Monster, unlucky. That is
just teabag his teammate.
Oh, Daniel, that's kind of hilarious. Somebody has to clip that, I think, for Nathaniel and Melee Monster right there. That's one of the quickest trips back to spawn you can take in this game, right? Is courtesy of a Junkrat at concussive mine right there. Dude gonna be trying to do some damage to see if they can dissuade Canisius from moving in. It's gonna be Nathaniel who squeaks by. Upstate Stu not gonna be quite as lucky. But now with that Reinhardt, yeah, they back up relatively quickly since the rest of the team didn't get there with them. Gonna have the res come on to Zaith, and that is huge for DePaul because that walk back from spawn is not insubstantial.
Yeah, the Junkrat spamming "I need healing" just triggered something for me, so I apologize. I just needed a second. Junkrat spam this too much. You're fine. I don't think they're checking for the tire here. The Canisius isn't, and that's actually that's really just a small mistake you can't make. It slows it down so much. And this Junkrat tire, if they don't spread out, can do so much.
Oh my god, and it lands exactly the way that Volak wants it to. Both supports deleted. No one left to heal anybody on Canisius, and with that, DePaul cleans up quickly.
DePaul are looking on another level right now. This, I don't know if it's just that maybe Canisius, lower ranked team, DePaul not able to make playoffs against the top teams, but
oh my gosh,
just doing
Volak! Volak, you are insane right now. You know, I feel like when we went to Hollywood on our last game, right, it was Grub. Grub was the story there. Grub on the Ash, but right now it's Volak on the Junkrat here for DePaul University, just showing up again and again for them. Noob looking for an opportunity to potentially duplicate from on high. Gonna see the rotation coming in from Canisius. Now they're gonna try and push off this Orisa from the high ground, but they have bit off more than they can chew, and now that bunker composition getting pretty aggro. Able to take one player out of the fight. That's the second, and with that, DePaul takes this fight again. Now there's less than a minute and a half on the clock for Canisius to try and do something here, Zohan.
I love that duplication. Zeph on the high ground with the Orisa. Noob waiting there. Duplicated the Sigma, was able to support, and the healing from Obscure.
Wow.
Hit Noob. Oh, that's so bad for Canisius. I don't know how they can push into this.
especially considering the Gravitic Flux has already found value, and the Riptire again takes 2. Volak has to be stopped by Canisius. They're just finding far too much value right now. That's got to be one of their win conditions, is taking Volak out of the fight.
I mean, yeah, it has to be, and just has to push further than just this choke point. This is one of the only choke points in the game that really only has 2 ways out. That's why Paris is no longer in this game. This at least has 2 ways to come in. But if you can't push past either of them, it doesn't matter.
You know, if you were to ask Canisius College how many ways there are to get through this choke right now, they'd probably say 0, because DePaul is just unstoppable right now, or rather unassailable, I think might be the better word here. They've just kept Canisius at bay once, time after time again. We're going to see an Ana boost committed right now. 7 seconds left to go for Canisius to try and touch the point. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux now committed, or hopefully committed by Nathaniel, but they're out of the fight. Upstate 2 trying as best as they can. Overtime has been triggered, but it's going to be DePaul University coming away with a full hold here on Ollie.
Yeah, what a great play. And I just want to comment, you were mentioning Volak a lot, and don't get me wrong, Volak was doing incredible work, but I loved how almost every single final blow for DePaul had multiple names attached to it. It wasn't just Volak, it wasn't just Zeph, it wasn't just Noob, it was Volak, Zeph, Tangerine, it was Volak, Obscure, Noob. It was just, there's so much team coordination that goes into these kills, and it shows. I mean, an incredible defense. I don't think DePaul was worried for a second.
Have there always been googly eyes on this car, Zohan?
April Fools.
It's April Fool's tomorrow, that's right. I forgot that we were heading into this. So Blizzard's just getting started a little bit early with things. I love it. That threw me off just a little bit right there, but let's get back onto track. Let's address a little bit what you were saying right there, right? Which is DePaul being just so well coordinated, every single one of members of their team showing up at the kill feed, right? It's not just one player getting the lion's share of the kills here. And I think that one of the mistakes that Canisius made is that they weren't as well coordinated, right? They weren't coming out with very tight rotations, right? I saw several instances where maybe one of the tanks went on a rotation, but the rest of the team wasn't there with them. So I think clearing up some of these rotations from Canisius could really help them a lot. But now it's going to be, can they hold on to the high ground here? Can they keep this defense going?
I like DePaul's switch I like this composition. Volak still on that Junkrat, maybe not the best on offense, but if they can get an early pick, all they need is a tick. They just need a couple of seconds to cap it.
Yeah, that's all they're looking for right here. Excellent engagement coming in from Zeph very early on to get this Canisius College squad off the high ground. Noob finds a pick onto Flicka TV. DePaul University primed now to take this. Immortality Field already committed, taken out of the fight. Nobody left alive from Canisius College. Just one player. It's going to be DePaul University coming away with the fight win here, the map win, and taking themselves up 2-0 in this first to 3.
I don't know about you, Juggle, but this is not a team that should be out of the playoffs. At least how they're playing in this game, how they're playing in this game, how they're playing in this series.
I'm looking at the record right now, and I feel like I'm shocked. I'm shocked looking at the record. It's 3-12, right? This is a squad that I think must have had either an insanely strong strength of schedule, or have just made some serious strides towards the end of the season. So DePaul University, despite not being in the playoffs right now, they are certainly showing us that they are a strong team, and looking into next season, they're somebody to watch out for, I think.
Yeah, no, especially if they can at least keep the core together, or they can keep that coordination. If they figured out how to build coordination, if they figured out how to make sure your team gels, that's looking scary. I mean, you don't see multiple people involved in each final blow most of the time, and that was That was scary for me, but you know, it's all up to how Canisius can take it from here, and I don't know.
Canisius is struggling right now. But we've seen signs of life from them. We've seen some good things coming from them. They looked a lot stronger on control. And we will be heading into Assault next. So, you know, maybe getting off one of these payload style maps could help them, right? Could bring them a little bit more success. We are going to throw it to a short break, though, while we let the players and ourselves get a little water, use the restroom, things like that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with what could be the conclusion of this matchup. We are back and ready to get into the action. It's going to be the cherry blossom strewn locale of Hanamura, where DePaul is going to try and send us to a quick 3-0 over Canisius College. Canisius looking to desperately hold on for dear life, see if they can come away with the reverse sweep here and send themselves into the offseason with a win. Both these teams really have a lot to play here for today, despite not being in playoff contention, though, Han.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible work from the sides. DePaul starting on this attack. Canisius with Flick on this Junkrat could shut down this TP if Bullock goes for the point. But if they place it right, this could work beautifully, and that's exactly where they needed to go.
High ground going to be now firmly under control of DePaul University. We're going to see them now rotating around to the side. That's going to give them an opportunity to really take advantage of this high ground position. But it might all be for naught because Nathaniel comes away with a nice fire strike kill onto Zep. Monster not going to be long for this world now, and it's just up to Weavson to try and keep their elite team alive. And that's going to be hard with just a handful of armor packs. Not even that, really. Like a TV goes down low, but they're able to continue to put some pressure in. Not going to be for too terribly long, though, as DePaul University finds their footing, finds their rhythm, and finds the fight win.
If this was against the ball composition that we've seen before, if this was actually even against Orisa Sigma, I would have liked the Brigitte, but they need to switch off it. They need mobility. They're against a composition that has so much maneuverability. They can take point, they can take high ground, they can just go anywhere. They have a Lucio and a Symmetra. I don't know if the Brig's gonna be the choice here.
We may be seeing a quick snowball here from DePaul University. We've got the M-Matrix online. 2 members down from Canisius College already. Flick TV does strike back with 1. Entering in, the Stevie is going to be stunned. That's going to cause some problems, but not for too terribly long. No supports left, but look at that. Flick a TTV comes back with a huge Riptire kill. That could be what Canisius needed to stabilize.
Honestly, I don't. From what I'm seeing right now, that was a nice tire. They weren't able to break it, but kind of unlucky timing. It was literally the tire broke at the same time the wall went down, or the tire went off as the wall went down. So a little bit of a mistiming there, I think. But just wow,
just unfortunate.
But the rally is up, so this is the one time I'm okay with Brick. Rally is gonna have so much sustain against this composition. No Death Blossom, no Blizzard.
Self-destruct going to be committed. Shatter's not going to land. It's going to be Noob coming away with a couple of kills right there. Canisius College desperately looking for some kind of footing right here. But with a sound barrier keeping so many members of DePaul with so much health, it's going to be very hard for them to do anything. 1 tick already on the board for DePaul University. Make it 2. Can anybody come back and try and stall? It doesn't look like it. 419 gonna be the time on the board for DePaul University. And curiously, 419 is my birthday as well. Little note right there.
Well, happy almost birthday.
Anybody thinking about, maybe getting me a gift or anything, just throwing it out there. See if the universe
personal maybe... hey, if we're personally plugging, if the clock's ever 102, that's my birthday.
Hey, there we go.
Hey,
nice. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, although Well, I feel like you are in the more enviable position here, being younger, Zohan. I do have the high score in terms of age in this group right here. So.
I will say this. People assume I'm so much younger I am once I've gotten into casting. They all think I'm like closer to 20. And I wish
you were like early 20s, Zohan. Yeah, that's
I'm almost 30 actually.
Are you really? Wow.
27.
You want to take a stab at how old do you think this guy is? This boomer right here.
Because you were a juggling world champion, I want to guess you're about 130 years old. But I'm gonna guess like
I see the connection, 38. But I like it. 38, you're not too far off. I will be, I'm 40 at the moment. Still gaming, close. Still loving it. Yeah, very, very close. But DePaul University, now they are on the brink of winning here, on the brink of taking this. For their, we're gonna see Volok up to their usual shenanigans, but this time Monster gonna be a little more aware, not caught off by that Junkrat trap. In fact, Volok having a little bit of a tough time scooting back to safety. A lot of explosions here for DePaul. Gonna see the Junkrat aura out for them, and so much burst damage coming into Canisius College, but they're handling it fairly well right now, Zohan.
Yeah, honestly,
I say that.
I mean, honestly, it's DePaul's composition is the perfect counter to Canisius's right now. The diva is necessary. I think Ghost might be switching to Rissa. I like the Cassie switch, but right now they had maneuver. They needed to maneuver more, and they're actually going to double off tick, which I'm not a huge fan of. But Noob can just rain damage from everywhere. Volley can take a side angle, can stall them longer, so Zeph and Tangerine can get damage in, and of course Noob's still shooting.
Yeah, exactly. Volak with a 3K rip tire kill for DePaul. That'll be a fast reset for Canisius.
Yeah, just I once again, I'm confused how this team is out of the playoffs. DePaul just this is for football fans, this is garbage time touchdowns right now. This is DePaul's not, they're not playing for like anything right now, but they're just throwing bombs and just it's working every time. I'm so sad we're not going to be seeing this team after this week.
As am I, and you know, they've really, I think, shown themselves to be quite the force to be reckoned with in the second half of this season, right? We've really seen a lot of great stuff coming out for them, so can't wait to see what we're going to see in the future. Canisius College putting up a good fight as well. They've got two ultimates, both support ultimates online to push through this choke right now. Melon Monster with the Sound Barrier, 29 health, make that 31. But Noob there to finish them off with another rocket. And oh, I wish maybe they had popped that Sound Barrier to try and push through choke, give them an opportunity to get the point and pop that amplification matrix. But they're gonna have to wait for one more fight. But look at this, DePaul, they've got 6 ults.
Yeah, the golden row, and this tire, maybe, I want a tire coming in, but look at this again, 3 players involved taking out Weebson. Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be a fourth. There's gonna be another one. 4, 2, just incredible play, incredible teamwork from DePaul.
Yeah, you can really see the focus fire showing up in the kill feed. Absolutely. I'm so happy that or so glad rather, that you pointed that earlier and brought it back to attention here, because I think you're absolutely right. That's part of the difference that I think we're seeing between these two teams. It's the focus fire, the coordination. Oh, Ghost needs to get back into mech. They may have just thrown themselves the wolves right there to just try and get a quick reset back into their mech. Unclear at the moment. Canisius College, this is their last chance to try and come back in this. Zohan, what do they need to do to find success here?
They need to use their ults. They needed to be off this double off take way earlier. They're gonna have these ults, but against what DePaul has, I don't think it matters. There's really nothing you can do. They're gonna throw a bomb and maybe make some space.
Oh, they make a large amount of space. That's a 2K coming in from Ghost. That's the opening that Canisius College needed. They're gonna wipe the plate clear of anybody on DePaul, and with 10 seconds left to go, they will get to see the second point of Hanamura.
I will say one nitpick I had with DePaul's composition. Zeph was towards the point. I feel that might have been a call waiting for Canisius to switch to a Symmetra, to switch to something maneuverable, but Zeph was so far away, you lose the shield.
Without that shield too, that's just it becomes a shooting gallery for the other team. Speaking of a shooting gallery, that's what Volak's looking for right here. With the Rift Tower they find, Weebson is just Melon Monster to try and keep their team alive, but that's gonna be so hard to do with just a Lucio heals. One tick on the board there for Canisius College. We are seeing a back cap happen right here. Flick a TTV, gotta be pleased with themselves.
I mean, one tick's nice, but remember, this is Volskaya, or not Volskaya, this is Hanamura.
Hanamura, yes.
Yeah, honestly, even harder than Volskaya to cap. I was gonna say, it's Hanamura, Volskaya, you know, I think what everyone takes as the really defensive map, but this is, you can stall indefinitely on this map. You can give up 2 ticks, you can give up 2.5 ticks, and you can still not cap.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And, you know, at this point, unfortunately, we're seeing Canisius College just, you know, self-destruct a little bit here on this high ground. But they're going to have another minute 40 to try and make something work here. But the time bank that DePaul has built up is just looming in the background, I think.
Oh no, 100%. And I want to comment. I mentioned Zeph just a few minutes ago about how they were setting up towards the backline, how they were setting up, waiting for something. And I like that they've been playing more aggressively. Kanish's not switching off these composition. They're staying on this double off take. It's a brawl composition with double off take. That's not going to work. And now they're pushing the advantage. They understand they have the tank advantage, and DePaul is just absolutely doing work with it.
Riptire gonna be committed by DePaul right now. 60-second marker just announced. That's gonna be them trying to find value in the backline, but beautiful Helix Rocket's gonna nip that in the bud right there. But it doesn't matter because in the meantime, the front line of DePaul University getting things done. 40 seconds left to go. Canisius desperately wants to stay alive here. They desperately want to come away with a map win, but DePaul University may have their number.
I love the sunglasses on this Sigma.
I don't think I noticed that before.
I've noticed the googly eyes, but it looks like
you're right.
sunglasses
It does look like
to me.
Yeah, it does look like big, like big, like very large round sunglasses. I love it. I love it. The noob gonna have the Dragon Strike primed and ready to go. They're gonna launch that right when they see the rotation coming in. Flicka TTV caught out by Volak, lurking in the wings.
What?
They do cap. They back cap. I wasn't even looking at the capture percentage right there. I was so caught up in what was going off point, I didn't notice that literally nobody from DePaul was there. That's a big oops. That's a big oops. They just wanted to play more Overwatch. They just wanted to play more Overwatch.
Volak stood there. I'm almost Volak. No,
the Deadeye.
I know there's a Deadeye there. No, but the Deadeye was
the
on the stairs. I was watching where that Cassidy was. They were on the stairs. They were pointing upwards. Volak was in a fine location. It looked more like they were chatting. They were more like, hey, look at how good we're doing. And then they just lose the cap.
Unlucky, but great play from Canisius. I mean, let's compliment them, right? Because they saw an opportunity, they took it. They're not going down without a fight. They're still playing to win right here, despite being on the back foot, despite having the odds stacked against them right now. A minute is what they have been able to put on the clock because of their excellent heads-up awareness and play right there. So kudos to Canisius College, keeping things alive. They've got a minute now to try and make something happen here. Sohan.
Yeah, I wish they would just go for a full six-man. They're kind of a bit of a weird composition to try to push it with a minute left. You'd think the Neo Goats would actually do incredibly well because you could build up ult so fast, or even just a TP strat. But Weepson already low and doesn't have the protection that they'll need.
Weepson going down low means that this Canisius College team really can't afford to push in through this choke right now, and that's desperately what they need to do, because now half the time has been burned off the clock, and Noob finds Mellow Monster. Weepson out of the fight as well. DePaul University has crippled Canisius College. There's no supports left for them. Ghost is out of mech. Nathaniel falls. 15 seconds left to go. And Canisius is not going to get a full attempt here. They may not even be able to touch point. 5 seconds. It's just Ghost, but they've been taken out of the fight. That's going to be DePaul University coming away with a full hold here in round number 3.
That had to be a miscommunication error. I don't know if you saw this, but Melly Monster and Weepson going in. Special K was holding in the backline still, was actually where the support should have been. So the supports ran in, they pushed forward, and Flick and Special K were in the backline. I don't even know where Nathaniel and Ghost were, and you just lost your supports. 20 seconds left on the clock. You're not going to be winning that fight, especially against just the absolute healing advantage that Mischievous and Obscura allow DePaul University. And just I'm a bit lost by that communication error there. That definitely seemed brutal. And I mean, honestly, 5 minutes on the clock for DePaul for a single tick on Hanamura. Doable to draw here. It is doable. It's Hanamura. We all have seen the incredible comebacks that people have made, but with how DePaul have been playing jungle,
It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's
but,
gonna be tough.
Yeah.
But Canisius College, I like the composition that they have here. Massive heals, right? You've got you've got Mellow Monster and Weepson on the Ada and the Baptiste. You've got Ghost with the Roadhog with self heals. You've got Special K that gives you that 7th player on the field with the turret. Canisius, they're playing for sustain right here, and I like it. DePaul University, they're gonna see if they can get a quick percentage here on point. They go for a teleport to the back right. They're gonna try and take out the support. They're swinging the rocket hammer on them right now, but Tangerine gonna be demeched almost immediately. Canisius College, they have the tools that they need, but Noob now on the off angle from Choke, laying in these massive shots. That's gonna be one player off the board for them right now, but Canisius College will hold on. DePaul not gonna find success on this first push.
Yeah, this is where I don't like this Widow pick. Is look, if they're ons, I mean maybe they are. That shot made me think for a second. But you know, a May would have had so much better sustain. As you mentioned earlier, the damage output from Canisius right now not only is constant, they can sustain it. They have that sustainable damage. And that's where a Widow doesn't help against this composition.
Yeah, you know, I think from DePaul, I would have liked to have seen the TP straight to point with the May ball, right? That's a quick point capture. We're going to see trades coming out, though. DePaul University on their back foot, though, once again. They had quite a little bit of capture percentage going for them, but it's all going to be for naught because the picks coming in hand over fist for Canisius.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. They're not even just touching. They're not shooting at Noob. They're just waving. And Noob needs to switch. They've already gone 2 minutes. And yeah, they've gotten a couple picks, but a couple picks don't matter if all you need is a single tick. And Canisius with the right calls, they're taking the space away from the rest of the team and hiding from the Widow.
Nana Boost now going to be committed by Mellow Monster, but DePaul has 3 picks on the board. 3 minutes left to go. They only need to get 1 out of 3 ticks though on the board. They've got the kills to do it. They just have to step on the point right now. Volak commits the photon barrier, and that's gonna be DePaul University finishing off their season with a win.
Yeah, that was Hey, I'm still a bit lost on that Widow pick. It worked in the end. They got 2 on the kill feed, but just it works out in the end for them. But it was still a bit silly for me. But in the end, yeah, it doesn't even matter. DePaul with the absolute domination in this series, winning each game quite handily. Not even. A bit close, a bit closer here.
Yeah, it was closer. I feel like on Control Center or on Lijiang Tower, that was a little bit closer. This one certainly was, but you're right. They looked absolutely dominant on Hollywood. When payloads were the name of the game, DePaul University really had that on lockdown. 3-0, the final score here. DePaul University have to be feeling great about that. Lots of standout plays, lots of standout players, and the whole team, like you said as well, contributing very well. So really, DePaul University was firing on all cylinders today. And when DePaul's doing that, there's not much you can do in response, as Canisius found out.
Yeah, I mean, just I kind of wish, I almost wanted to see if how DePaul was playing, I wanted to see them face Colorado. I wanted to see them face Marist.
Right?
I'm a bit sad it was literally garbage time. Like it or like whatever the term in football, whatever the term you want to say in soccer.
Yeah.
There's it doesn't matter. Like they're playing for pride at this point, and that may be why they're doing so well. They don't have the pressure. They don't have the need to really push this final standings, and so they're just like, hey, we'll have fun. And if this is their fun, I want them to play like this next season and see how they do.
Oh, absolutely. I think that would be just wonderful. DePaul just doing an amazing job showing up in the last half of this season, rewarded with a win today. And yeah, I think that if this upward trajectory continues, we could very easily see them in next season's playoffs. We're going to throw it to a short break because we're going to chat with one of the players, see what their thoughts are after that match. looking into the next season. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We've got an interview with Tangerine from DePaul University. Thank you so much for joining us. And first off, congratulations on this end of season win here.
Thanks so much. Thank you for having me on.
You are welcome. And you know, I believe I've spoken with a member of DePaul University before, and maybe even with this question. You all look amazing in this last half of the season. You all have, you've got a 4-12 record right now. I think that is a crying shame. I think that this is a team that is far better than your record states. So, you know, I want to know what has been the difference for you all as a team, I think, in the last half of the season, because you've really shown up in a huge way.
Yeah, thank you for that. By the way, I think that we've also been noticing that as well, just like the step up that's been happening. So it's nice to see that that's like showing itself evidently.
Oh yeah, there's a big glow up, It's awesome.
I'd love to hear that. But what we've really been trying to focus on is just keeping consistency up throughout the game. We started to realize, especially the more that we went through scrims and the more that we went through matches, trying to close stuff up for us, especially if we start at a deficit, could get really difficult for us. And so honestly, it was a lot of like mental fortitude work. It was a lot of working with everybody more and more and more, getting comfortable with the team. And just over time, we started to kind of find that flow, find that rhythm, and it really started to show in the second part of the season.
Right, and would you say that that's Overwatch specific? I've noticed DePaul really picks up towards the end of the season, and basically every esports I've casted. And is that because DePaul has actually invested more in your program, in the esports in general, or would you say that that's just because you as players are like, nah, we want to do good?
Yeah, I would say it in part goes with both, actually. The players that we aim to recruit people who have the wanting and the willingness to learn the most that they can from their game, and then thankfully we have a program here at DePaul that really helps us thrive and flourish. Just a little bit ago, actually, we're going to start opening a specific space that's just for the competitive players to be able to play their matches and their scrims in. That's at one of our different campus locations in Chicago. So we're really excited for that to open. We're really excited to get to use that space that DePaul has provided for us. We're all really grateful for it, honestly.
Great. And actually, okay, so I actually want to push out that question. Do you all play remote, or is there, because you said different campus locations, so does that mean you're in say Arizona and you have your main tank in Massachusetts? I don't know where the campuses are, I'm sorry, but just in general.
Yeah, no worries. All of our so when I say campus, we have like a 2-campus thing at the mall.
Okay.
It's really kind of weird to, I guess, people who don't have a system like that. But we have one set up in the downtown part of the city, and then one set up in a different part of the city, which is our main campus, and that's where we're going to be getting the new facilities that are coming in. But as of right now, we've all been pretty much playing from our respective PCs around the Chicago area in general, so it's not like a dotted around the country kind of thing. It's all pretty centralized. We could play together more, and now that we have this space, we're going to be even more apt to play together non-remotely. So really excited to have that happen.
That'll be fantastic, and I'm sure that'll be a huge boon moving into the next competitive season. Now, what's next for you, Tangerine? I understand you're a senior this year, so you're looking at graduation and some big changes coming up. So how do you see esports fitting into your life moving forward?
Well, I cast on the side of this, so I wanted to get more into the casting side of things, but as of right now, I'm pretty swamped with just working the job that I have with DePaul, and then also trying to get all my homework done with the senior thesis that I have to do. It's taking a lot of time out of my day. And as far as esports, how that fits into it, it's primarily within that casting aspect. That was something that I really wanted to push myself forward to keep doing this year, and fortunately, actually, I really love being on the team, so it's not an unfortunate scenario to be on the team whatsoever, but other things just came up with priorities, and now I might have the chance to be able to get to focus more on casting, so I'm very excited to see where that leads me.
Well, I would love to see you in the casting booth a little bit more, and anytime you want to reach out, connections, advice, just want to hang out or practice, let me know. I'm always open and willing. Love helping new talent develop, and certainly would like to extend that offer to you as well. Before we close things out, I'm going to sneak in one final question for you here, Tangerine. Any shout outs that you would like to give tonight? Teammates, friends, family, whoever.
Okay, I'm going to give 2 really quick. One is going to go to Matt Zafe, our main tank today, because he hit that charge on that bomb on Hanamura, and my jaw like actually dropped. I thought that was gonna like mess us up completely, and then that was like the most Chad move that I've ever seen in an official match, to just pin the bomb out of the way and shield it while it was at an angle flying up in the air. Perfect timing from him. I'm gonna give a shout out just for that play because I'm still not over it. And then of course a huge shout out to the team. I've been playing with them for a really long time now, and awesome. While it feels rough to have to say goodbye to the starting position simply because of responsibilities that I have to do. I know that they're in good hands, and I know that the person coming in is going to annihilate the competition. So I'm super excited to see how they do regardless, and I want to thank them all for just being there, honestly, because it's a commitment they really like to keep up to, and I'm really proud of them and all the effort they put in.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming in to chat with us a little bit here tonight, Tangerine. Good luck to you and the team in the future in whatever direction you all end up going. I'm sure that you will all find success. Congratulations again, and thank you so much, Tangerine.
Thank you so much for having me.
You bet. Well, that's going to do it for this game here, Zohan, and that's going to do it for me tonight here at EGF. I'm going to be handing off the reins to Waffles for Sid. Love her casting, wonderful caster, and I'm sure you two will have a great time in these next upcoming matches. Before we throw things to a break, Zohan, any final words from you?
Well, I'll of course miss you, Juggle. And I'll of course miss this great Overwatch to Paul, and of course St. Peter's just played, and you know we had some playoff implications, and we just had great plays. So I'm excited, but yeah, that is it for us here.
All right, well, thank you all so much for tuning in. Stick around; we'll be back very shortly with another very exciting match.
Esports is competitive gaming. Imagine playing really any video game you ever enjoyed playing, but playing it competitively to the best of your abilities. The Esports Club, though, we are more than just competitive teams. We host gaming for everybody. We just want people to come out, play games, have fun, and then hopefully host a few good teams that might win a few championships for the school.
We are definitely developing and pushing to build and develop that infrastructure that a lot of other clubs already have. Whatever skill level you are, you can come out, have fun, compete, don't compete. We welcome anyone.
There's not really a spot elsewhere for people to just play video games. Our club is definitely like all-inclusive, so if you're like even just a casual gamer that games, you know, an hour a day or, you know, an hour a week, it doesn't really matter. You can come and play and make friends, so that's really what it's all about.
A club like this is meant to bring games out of the dorm room and meet other people, make friends. We do game nights every other Friday night. You'll get an opportunity to play some games you've never played and meet some people you wouldn't meet otherwise. So if you're interested in gaming, come on out to the club and see what it's about.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final week of the EGFC spring season. I am Waffles for Sid, once again returning with Zohan here, who has been with you guys all afternoon. Zohan, how are you doing and feeling going into our upcoming match?
I mean, yeah, we've just had a couple insane games. St. Paul's, you know, a couple math questions away from maybe getting into the playoffs. And of course, DePaul, our lovely off-tank Tangerine, leading their team to victory in a 3-0 dominant fashion. And now we're gonna see Southern Utah versus Tennessee.
Should be a pretty good, well, we'll see how it plays out, all right? We will be, we'll be very transparent. Tennessee is currently ranked number 7 in the entire EGFC league, and they have been a very heavy contender trying to make their way to the top and define themselves as one of the top teams here in the league. Obviously, they've got some competition with, Colorado and Marist on the board, but this is the last week of the spring season and really the last chance Tennessee has to iron out some of those details on the synergy or maybe small team comps they want to try out. Either way, I'm excited to see what they're going to bring for this match.
No, definitely Tennessee running a bit of an unorthodox tank line. I'm looking at that Hammond. They're going to stay on that. I'm going to be... Okay, there we go. I had to make sure it wasn't going to be the switch.
Yeah, I mean, the doors... It's not until the doors open and they're running out fully that we know that they have committed to a composition. And obviously these are two very fast compositions with teleporters and Lucios on the board. The big difference here is that you have Paravir on this Baptiste, giving immortality field, or giving Tennessee an immortality field. Beautiful Ansi does land onto a couple of them, but nice kite back here trying to avoid some of this damage. So much damage, in fact, that Paravir already has Ant Matrix on a line. I was not ready for that to be thrown so early in this fight, and I don't think Southern Utah was either. All the kills are flooding in for Tennessee, and the Fire Strike following up from Basher was lethal.
Yeah, no, the utility for Tennessee just outclasses. They have the maneuverability. They have, as you said, the immortality field and the Ant Matrix. And of course, I want to highlight Zenith on that Mei. Beautiful Mei walls, cutting off Dolphin from the rest of the team.
Looking at the ultimates, we see Periwinkle does have the wall online. That's probably how Paravir got so much charge for his ultimate. There it is, a 4-man Earth Shatter coming through. Southern Utah responds with a sound barrier to keep themselves in this fight. And now it is a brawl. In the process of it, Southern Utah was able to go ahead and cap the point for themselves and take possession. And Tennessee not able to quite regain it just yet. They commit this Ant Matrix here to try and continue enabling aggression, pushing forward. The wall committed here from DeHubs on top of it, and Reinhardts are brawled and stunned. It is still an absolute slugfest here on the heart of the point, and Southern Utah still getting frozen up, and now Tennessee able to throw damage into their backs just as they are holding still. A Death Blossom here from Z-Medic trying to save the point a little longer, but in the end, Tennessee finally able to retake this.
Southern Utah gained 40%, just stalling effectively the entire time. And
Welcome to control.
welcome to, yeah, as you said, I think that's partly Tennessee holding so aggressively against a composition that can teleport, and they just allowed the cap, and Utah can just sustain.
Man, and with the support, main support and the nano offline immediately for Southern Utah when they tried to teleport in, it's going to be so difficult for them. I mean, they instantly want to reset after losing that asset.
Oh no, 100%. And I wish it was a Baptiste, as you said before. Zemetic switching to the Pharah, no. Okay, there's the Mercy switch.
Yeah.
But not. I still don't like this tank lane with this. You need way more for this to work, especially the Symmetra turrets can really slow down Zemetic if it's on point.
We also have Periwinkle switching over to the Soldier 76 on top of it. And oh, it's all of Tennessee sitting on the ground. Thankfully, Noodles was able to throw the sound barrier, able to dodge the Earth Shatter on top of it. And because of it, DeHubs charging up this laser beam so strong against Delphine. And well, more people getting mowed down as a result.
Yeah, DeHubs, that was a beautiful, beautiful wall. What allowed them to juggle the damage, allowed them to just make sure that Zemetic couldn't do anything. They tried to go onto point, but they're split, so they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and I just want to, give Noodles a little call out here. We've seen some just beautiful Lucio play just to close out the end of this map, but huge props to booping booping the Reinhardt into Lucky Dog's remech crush kill, okay? Didn't boop him into the self-destruct, just went ahead, booped him into the remech crush, and there it is. Of course, our kick-ass producer Aeon got the shot. Of course, there it is.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And okay, so University of Tennessee is staying on this composition, and I like that. I like, honestly, they could have stayed on May. I wouldn't even have mattered, but now they switch Zenith on Symmetra to Hubs on Junkrat, and Junkrat's vital in this. But I give the advantage right now, at least to Tennessee. Periwinkle has to do a lot on this Cassidy to counteract the damage output of Zenith.
Yeah. Ooh, and that's so much pressure too, right? Zenith is going to be really difficult to outmaneuver, and well, with both teams moving around, it's going to be the brawl on the point, okay? I like this distance Parvir is taking, but there's been an exchange of DPS on the board, and oh, that's Southern Utah losing their main tank, their main shield, and with that, Tennessee going to go ahead, take this first point, and Zohan, they have some good ult charge on the board.
Oh yeah, great. And the fight was just sustained long enough to where Tennessee could get that. If Utah probably wanted to reset a little sooner, because now they're going to give it up where 50% is an easy attainable goal for them.
So much damage being thrown into Tennessee, right? Southern Utah is trying to make it through this door, and there's a reason Parvir already has that Ant Matrix online. Now it's hunting time for the tire. I love this. Tried to scope it out, it didn't quite work, and ooh, shot down just before it could find anyone else. A good attempt by University of Tennessee, and honestly, sharp shooting coming out from Southern Utah on that. I die to tires quite frequently, Zohan.
I just want to comment, Zemetic jumped off the map, I think, trying to back away. So I had to reset there.
Reinhardt Shatter, there it is, only finding one in the back, but it's going to be plenty for Tennessee. The follow-up damage from both the Hubs and Senaf are insane, especially considering the fact they're on both the Sim and the Junkrat.
Yeah, no, and that's what I mean, is just Cassidy can't really do much, in Tennessee just playing essentially just what is the meta in contenders.
see the tire moving around, and so did Tennessee. We'll see if there's a victim. Nope, not quite. And Southern Utah goes ahead, commits the sound barrier on top of it. A shatter comes through, and it is blocked there by Basher. A nice job continuing to defend this point here. We are in last fight territory for Tennessee as they continue to try to hold against Southern Utah. This is the tire here that could turn the tide. Skips the Lucio, goes for the juicier one, and there it is. Gets both DPS with that with the tire, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin Tennessee needed to go ahead and take the first map.
Yeah, I mean, just a great coordination, great composition picks. They had Diva on market, and then of course switching over to Sigma and Control Center, so they understand that each map plays a little bit differently. That each you have to change it up a bit. You know, Utah switched it. They ran Sigma on Night Market, Diva on Control Center, and you know, that's not what lost them the game. Of course, it's how well Tennessee played, but it kind of just shows how well Tennessee, at least. It's been a long time since we saw a meta shift in the pro level, as we've been waiting for a very long time now, but they kept with it.
Yeah, and you know, I am a little worried about Tennessee moving into the playoffs. You know, we saw them lose the point to Southern Utah, right? They knew Southern Utah was running a composition that could teleport quickly to the point, and you know, Southern Utah was able to get 40% of that first map, partially from stalling alone. And when we're moving off into the playoffs and they're starting to play against, you know, some of these other teams, those mistakes are going to cost them the match. And, you know, I'm really looking to see, you know, Tennessee continue to refine some of those small elements of their gameplay, because, you know, we've all played Overwatch, okay? One small thing can run into a snowball. It can turn into that easily. And, you know, Tennessee they need to be, you know, really cleaning up those small things to define themselves well in the top bracket of EGF.
Yeah, I mean, no, they're very close. I mean, as you said earlier, 7th. So maybe this kind of allows an underdog story. I mean, they could maybe move up depending on how this weekend goes. But Hollywood, I'm curious. Okay, I see wrecking balls on both sides, but the defense is University of Tennessee, and they're staying on the ball. Orisa. Please tell me that's a switch. Please tell me they're not. I was just commending them so much for this meta pick. Oh no. Okay, this looks like a switch, yeah. Okay. I'm a lot more okay with this now. Okay, I'm a lot more okay with this. Ignore what I just said. They wanted to make my heart break for a moment. But yeah, okay. And then Southern Utah, I want to see what they switch to at the end. Okay, I like that composition. That is the way you break double shield on Hollywood.
Yeah, Z-Medic is going to be quite the force on the Pharah, right, with Compress on the pocket. They're going to be able to throw so much damage into Tennessee to break down those shields, right? It's an Orisa and a Sigma shield, so we're not quite working with the uber tankiness of the Reinhardt shield, but there's still going to be a lot to work through. And well, we have to hubs also on this Hanzo that's going to be putting a lot of pressure as Southern Utah pushes in. Senoth on this Ashe could be very troublesome here for the Pharmacy pocket, and we'll have to see exactly how they continue to try and put this pressure on, because the poke damage from Z-Medic is going to be immense coming through from this far side. And there it is, Tennessee still pulled up on the high ground. Oh, Lucky Dog moved away from his team just a bit, but able to regroup thankfully into this small room. I don't know if that's exactly where you want to be with Z-Medic on the Pharah, just continuing to berate you. Now Tennessee can't even get out the door. Some nice body blocking coming through from Archimedes as they continue to just push into Tennessee, preventing them from aggressing onto the point. And Southern Utah coming away with the kills and looking like they're going to go ahead and cap this first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean,
they've got so many ults online too, Zohan. Sorry.
No, you're fine. And I mean, that's what I was mentioning is Tennessee has the ability to stop this composition, but there's so much damage. There's so many angles that Southern Utah could go through. that it's really hard to be coordinated against it all. And honestly, I kind of wish this Sigma was a diva. It would allow so much more against the meta.
So much aggression there, trying to push off Tennessee from the high ground, but you know, in the end, it's going to be Southern Utah doing a bit of regroup. If I was Tennessee, I would be concerned about all the ultimates Utah has online. It's really a question of which one are they going to engage with, and how are they going to displace Tennessee off this high ground?
I mean, Zemedic's one way to start. That was an early pickoff. They have a lot of ults incoming. So if you get the nano boost, Zemedic with the damage boost, that is a one-hit pick on basically every member of this team besides the tanks. And the barrage, if they bait out anything, well, as I said.
Yeah, barrage thrown right up there in the face of the enemy, and well, it does yield some results, and another one to follow up. Southern Utah really finding their footing here on Hollywood, and I think these high grounds and these building angles are just beautiful for Zemedic, and they've still got 4 ultimates online.
Yeah, no, and great ult usage in this attacking phase. And look at Zemedic already at 51% to the next barrage. I feel like I blinked and they got to that. So in 3 minutes on the streets phase, if they can get 230, that's incredible.
Oh, that's 2 DPS off the table, 1 from each team. So where is the additional follow-up coming through? Bob puts Tennessee kind of having an extra man on the point, but they've still lost quite a few members, and Southern Utah, once again, still has the momentum of this streets phase, continuing to aggress, shove Tennessee backwards, and they are rotating their ultimates beautifully.
Yeah, just no one was really able to touch there. University of Tennessee seem switching to the Hog, which if it's a comfort pick, I get it, but it's not. In my opinion, you'd actually be better if Basher could play the ball themselves, disrupt the Ana. They don't have the Brigitte of Noodles, so they could dive on this Ana very well. If you can handle with Dolphin, and you're fine. But they're not. They're switching to the Hog, wanting that damage output. And I don't know how it's going to work. Southern Utah has so much damage potential.
They're all being crammed into this hallway. There it is. Barrage funneled straight down the alley. Does go ahead and take down the hubs. And, well, Dolphin goes ahead, gets demeched in the process, has to self-destruct to hop back in the mech, just keep this fight alive. And they did lose a couple of people in the process. Tennessee has a massive advantage, and I like that Southern Utah backed off after seeing Paravir pop the amplification matrix.
Yeah, no, that's a nice way to start. Baptista works here. It's a really precarious situation because of how many angles Southern Utah can come in, and that's not one way to start though.
Nice pick coming through there from Basher. It is going to stall out Tennessee for some additional time. And, you know, Southern Utah still needing to really find this opportunity to push through this last choke point. It's one of the most difficult points to push through on Hollywood for the attackers, right? Long alleyway to shoot up, and the defenders have the spawn advantages on top of it. A nice boop there, almost takes Basher out of this fight, but able to retreat, regroup with his friends, and with Archimedes going down early once again, you know, maybe that's big. Maybe he is the reason for this Roadhog pick. A little bit of Cook, a little bit of CC, prevents Archimedes from having quite the heyday he was.
Yeah, that did seem a little bit mistimed there from Archimedes. Just they need to get in the best angle first. That's a good start though.
Yeah, that is the doors opening there for Southern Utah, and holy crap, they've almost got 6 ults online. They're gonna pop them left and right as Tennessee will do their best to mitigate and receive all this damage. Deadeye shut down there in the process, and Southern Utah still has 4 ultimates. They are slowly making their way forward here, and now that Tennessee is on the back foot, they are trying to do everything they can. Ant Matrix is going to be a little bit of help, and honestly, Bob on the point is really gonna keep their presence strong there for just a bit longer. Now Southern Utah continuing to just shred through Tennessee, as Tennessee is trickling on one after another, and Zohan, it is going to be really tough for Tennessee to take this back if they get to.
Okay, I thought for half a second I was gonna end there. It depends. They're stalling well enough that if they can get this under a minute, if they can get this 45 seconds less, maybe there's a chance. And I mean, look, they just, every time someone goes down, someone takes their place, and they're on great stalling characters and starting to actually equal it out.
Yeah, that pick onto Periwinkle could be huge, but Zmedic is basically unchallenged on this Pharah. Free firing here from the air. Senath looks at him, but it doesn't do much to just look, and the Doomfist can only do so much. Tennessee, though, did a phenomenal job. Emch still is doing a phenomenal job at burning down the clock. 34 seconds left, and we were at a minute 30 considerably earlier, and still they are burning this time and only force Utah to have a 29-second time bank at the end of this.
Yeah, that's better than I had even hoped for them. I thought it was going to be a minute 15, a minute 5, maybe 50 seconds. They got it down to, they stalled for so long, and that's partly due to their skill, and that's partly due to the fact that Utah has a lot of damage, but it has to hit. It was a lot of projectiles. And so if you get a bit unlucky with target focusing, you just let them stall continuously. And it got them there. Zmedic was able to boop them out from there, from the point. So pushed the final, you know what, half a meter. Like, it was essentially an inch at that point. That's all they needed to push. And so, yeah, looks like Southern Utah could be potentially taking their first game in this series, but Tennessee definitely have a chance.
Always loving the April Fool's patch. Personally, I'm like, yes, we need more of these fun, zany things, and last time it came around, some of them stuck. I have been a big fan of the Diva remake Crushing Kill, and we'll see what sticks around this time. But for the defense, they're obviously sticking on this pharmacy combination once again. Archimedes on the ball and Reloadox on the Ana. So gonna be, very similar to what we saw coming through. The real question is, can Tennessee break through this defense that Southern Utah has gone ahead and posted up? They are spread around the point here, going to have a lot of angles and sight lines, and we'll see how much pressure they are able to put onto Tennessee. I love that oh my gosh, there it is! I thought correctly just a little bit too soon. Zmedic goes down and Senoth is on a tear. Holy crap, did he pop his ultimate, Zohan? Because that might have been the same.
No, those were headshots. That's better than the ultimate. Yeah, honestly, good soldiers, if you can aim well, you don't want to use your ultimate. Use your ultimate if there's a situation where they're going to be moving, maybe they CC you. But no, that was headshot galore, and it worked out really well. And yeah, Zmedic actually even switches to the Echo for that bit more maneuverability.
That was some great tracking there from Senath. Personally, I was not ready for the Pharah to go down. I thought she was going down, and then, oh, of course, after he reloads, he's got it no problem. He also wins the duel against Periwinkle on top of it, just further re-solidifying those fundamentals that we see him bring. Basher now in the face of Southern Utah, given the nano, going to be so deadly, and look at that, Primal Rage online, charged up even faster, and doesn't even need to use it for this streets phase here of the push.
Yeah, honestly, this is a great comp. Southern Utah, if this was played at the highest levels of competition, if these were both the Shanghai Dragons, I gotta talk about the Shanghai Dragons a lot. They are our last year's Overwatch League champions. I love them a little too much. If this was if they were somehow clones, Southern Utah wins. But that's why it's so hard to do it. Utah's comp is incredibly hard to do right.
Oh, there's the auto aim coming through from Senath's attack visor. Does find some value and a couple kills in the process, but it's still, Tennessee rolling this point forward. They've taken a lot of space, and they really have given Southern Utah no room to breathe, not even out of spawn. Man, it is difficult for them to break through this defense.
Yeah, and with Raleigh available for them, they can maybe touch but the sustain for Tennessee is going to be amazing.
Minefields come through from Archimedes, trying to stall this point out a bit longer. Just at the end of it though, it does roll forward to touch the second checkpoint, and Tennessee still going to have a lot of time on this time bank. They rolled it through the street space very quickly, and Southern Utah here going ahead making the change of Archimedes and Delphin onto the Rhine Zarya. So looks like we're gonna have a lot more in-your-face composition from Southern Utah as we see Tennessee continuing to move.
Yeah, this time bank is looking incredible at the moment. There's honestly there's definitely a chance to stall. As you mentioned earlier, this is one of the hardest places to finish in Overwatch, but maybe they still have Rally too, and they have Nano, they have self-destruct, they have duplication.
Oh, quick on the draw there to pin the other. Reinhardt goes for the shatter. I loved how long and drawn out that pin was. Let the bubble run out. Doesn't care. Continues moving forward. Second shatter online. Goes for even more kills. And Tennessee just using their ultimates very, very well. Cycling through. Trying to handle the trickle of Southern Utah moving on to this point. And there it is. Capping the third point. Tying Southern Utah for this map currently. And they have 4:31 on the time bank.
Yeah, and what you were mentioning, great ult usage, and I mean, I was watching the rally, I was waiting for the rally to be used, because that's basically the entire fight for Tennessee. Utah wouldn't be able to really finish anyone off there. And now they didn't even have to use it. They didn't have to use self-destruct. It was really just dupe and nano. And yeah, they have a 4:30 time bank. Southern Utah still have a chance. A minute left, but the Bastion pick. Oh, they're being disrespectful now.
Yeah, this will be pretty tough, and sometimes getting through a Bastion composition takes a little bit of time, and it takes a ton of team coordination, especially when you're going up against a team like Tennessee. We'll see if maybe they pull some cheeky strategies here, and if it pays off, right? These are some high risk, high reward potentials, and well, with the risk being so high, we know it's a long walk back from spawn. I am looking forward to seeing, some of the response we get from Southern Utah as they roll out.
Yeah, honestly, I would want to hide a little more, just hide a little bit, because Archimedes could be scouting. Okay, not actually looking. Oh, this could do wonders.
Well, obviously DeHubs has considerable trigger discipline. I'm the kind of person that shoots right away, right when I see him. And, you gotta bide your time. Didn't quite find the kills off the back end like he was probably hoping to and looking to do. And in response, Southern Utah is in the face of Tennessee here in this back line. Archimedes does go down in the flurry, but it is still Southern Utah throwing so much damage into Tennessee. Medic is doing a lot of work as that pharmacy, and well, they do not want to give up this match, all right? Falling very, very low, and can Lucky Dog find those kills? Ooh, man, so many people. A lot of them are all enemies, all in red, and he is desperately trying to continue holding this point for his team. Baraz is going to shut them down. No one's walking out the doorway, and that's going to be Utah taking the first point here in our round 3.
Yeah.
Ooh, OT bar. Also, going ahead and OT part is going to be what is triggered now. Sorry, folks. Looks like it's going to be just me hanging out with everyone for a little bit. And, well, Southern Utah has some good ultimates online to try and cycle this fight. Can Tennessee push them off the cart? Ant Matrix comes through, and it is attack visor from the high ground, ripping through people from Southern Utah. And that's going to be the third round completed.
Score.
Woo.
3-4.
And that was a whole minute, folks, that Southern Utah had. They pushed much of that during the OT bar. They were able to cap it in the end. And I mean, now they have given themselves a very tangible win condition. Small update on the side. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Zohan is going to have to step away for a quick moment, folks, but don't worry. Your producer, Aeon, and myself will take good care of you. We are moving into the fourth round, right? So Tennessee needs to win this if they want to continue their wins in the series. But Southern Utah, if they can hold this very first point here at the beginning of Hollywood, they could come back in this series, and this is a very tangible win condition for them to try and do.
And under better circumstances.
I like that Southern Utah is also setting up on the high ground here. You know, they have this Bastion composition. Makes sense that they're going to want some of those longer sight lines, and, well, hopefully they are going to be ready for all of the incoming damage from Tennessee. Tennessee gonna have to really focus fire and make sure that they're being diligent, because the medic on this Bastion can mow people down very, very fast. They did scope out behind them where they had their own Bastion originally. Gotta say, I appreciate that kind of diligence coming through from Tennessee. Definitely something I would do as well, right? I pull this shady trick. Let's make sure nobody copies that. Let's make sure nobody copies that. Southern Utah, though, still holding this high ground. They've got both shields, and Basher just does a small dive, and it's really going to be Paravir's anti that just shreds Southern Utah right there. A beautiful follow-up. No one can heal up, and because of it, it's going to enable Tennessee to go ahead and take this first checkpoint. After the anti came through, Basher was able to just free fire forward. Everyone from Tennessee knows they need to aggress, and now Tennessee very, very close to winning this map. The victory box is not very far. Oh, Lucky Dog missed the elevator, maybe just by a hair, or maybe there it is. Finally going ahead, joining the team on the high ground. And well, still the point is going to be rolling forward. Now we see it's getting closer and closer to the victory box, and with Dahubs going ahead, popping the duplicate on to the Soldier 76. Senath just taking lead as the primary Soldier 76. It's going to be a heyday here for Tennessee in the kill feed. They're still rolling this point forward, and all in all, that is going to be them taking the second map here of Hollywood.
Play of the game.
I've got you in my sights.
Double.
Hi folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 17, the final week of our spring season. We have Zohan back with us, folks, and we are about to move into our third map of Hanamura. Zohan, we are in the midst of seeing University of Tennessee against Southern Utah University, and it is match point here for Tennessee. And, you know, Southern Utah needs to really harness that fire if they're going to try and turn the tables.
I mean, yeah, it's really hot in Utah, so maybe
it gets triple digits there and single digits. I used to live there. I can vouch. Triple digits and single digits. It gets in the negatives as well. There's a reason I moved back to NorCal, where the temperature is, you know, a nice 65 to 72 all the time.
Going into this is going to be a rough one for Utah, because this map favors brawl. This map favors double shield for defense, and Tennessee kind of pops off on both.
They do, and that is Tennessee's kind of bread and butter, or at least what they're showing a lot of confidence on.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I don't know if the Doom. Oh, the Doom is staying. Okay, so
yeah, they're on deep. They got to.
Going for a kill on the Ana, or going for just a surprise kill, maybe a switch on point B.
Oh, how is the medic taken out of the picture so quickly? He must have been scouted out and mowed down very fast to be, you know, the first pick there for Southern Utah. Obviously, Tennessee doing a good job, and already knowing that there's a Sombra on Southern Utah is going to be a huge advantage for them opening out of this fight. I do worry about Senath. There's some CC on the board here from Compress and Z-Medic that could really be troublesome for him. And he's going to have to time his engages beautifully, make sure he has the resources to also escape. There it is, the hack preventing the escape. Z-Medic able to bring him down, enable his team, and that is a pick for Southern Utah. They are still trying to, you know, make it through this choke point a bit, and oh, Archimedes stuck there on the corner. Man, it is tough out there for a Hammond player.
Wow, Lucky Dog just, I want to highlight, the hack was almost up from Zemetic, but the shield out, the damage stopped it, and Lucky Dog lives there. So incredible play by them. And it's so close to this graphitic flux. If they can handle with Zemetic, that can surely end the support line.
Oh, a Periwinkle going down early in this fight. Basher has been having a heyday on these DPS. He has been killing them left and right, and, you know, hanging out on Orisa, you're not always the person who's going to be getting all those kills. So gotta say, it's probably a nice change of pace for him, and this is going to be so difficult for Southern Utah. There are a lot of angles being taken already before they can make it through the choke point onto the point itself to start contesting, and pushing into Lucky Dog's flux is going to be an uphill battle. Actually, yeah, a no gravity battle.
Jeez. I'm looking at how Utah's engaging, and this is not how they should be engaging with this composition. They should be coming in from so many different angles. Archimedes poking, but not using Utah. Yeah, actually even moves back a bit just to reload, and that's not how you're supposed to engage. You need to take angles, you need to take different spots, and look, I can already see a couple of weak spots in this defense if they're able to capitalize.
EMP, there it is, ripping through a lot of people of Tennessee. That is a huge play coming through from Z-Medic, and more kills following suit. It is still Tennessee trying to stay on this point. Lucky Dog hitting a lot of big shots and getting another kill to follow up. Holy cow, this guy is absolutely shredding one after another, and he just continues to berate Southern Utah. What a clutch hold for him.
That was a bit of a funny, but yeah, this was Lucky Dog just absolutely on a tear. This is a bit going down the iceberg, but this reminds me of a thing that Super on his stream had a chat that was gonna label out Super's play the game as Sigma, and that's just how Lucky Dog's playing, just playing exactly how you want Sigma to play.
Yeah, and I mean, beautiful fundamentals, so calm when the Diva Bomb is about to, you know, detonate on the other side of the map, and still, Tennessee holding this point. They only allowed Utah to take 1 tick so far, and that has been such a great defense. But Southern Utah does have this rally on line.
Yeah, has the rally, has the visor. If you could get in a position, that's going to be rough though.
There's the Bonkos coming through from Basher early, and Senath here setting up on this cross angle as the Soldier 76, so devastating, tearing into Southern Utah. No one can look at him. No one can devote resources to him. He is going to free fire damage into Southern Utah while the rest of his team continues to hold this front line. Lucky Dog just holding strong here as the tank, and one after another, Tennessee handles the trickle of Utah, and they are going to have a first point defensive hold.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want. Southern Utah, of course, has a win condition out. They did confirm a tick.
That's true.
Oh, maybe. It's going to be very hard, though. Incredibly.
Yeah, and with 1 tick being the win condition, right, that Tennessee has given themselves, that also means Tennessee has plenty of time to build up their ultimates and push with all of those ultimates as their win condition and those combinations. So definitely, gonna be tough for Southern Utah. It's match point, so their back is up against a wall this round.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be... Okay, so double shield, Zemetic on Ashe. I kind of want the Pharah. I don't actually want the Ashe. I'd actually prefer a Pharah in this situation. I mean, and we saw how, I mean, you weren't there, but we saw DePaul go for Junkrat Pharah with a Mercy. And that composition was just, there's just so much damage. Like, what could you do?
From the ground, from the sky, and oh man, that's a nasty composition to push into.
Yeah, and so Tennessee's teasing me with what they're going for. Okay, there it is. Thank you. I was so confused for half a second. I preferred to hubs maybe on May, because you only need a tick really, but it works, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of in-your-face damage, and of course his life steal ability, cheap ability, is very powerful in a close combat. Already TPing on the point. Southern Utah needs to get on the point. There you go, already contesting. There's only 1 tick needed from Tennessee, and you gotta play it close to the point. Noodles getting aggressive, and oh, Periwinkle taken down just before he can take the kill himself. Southern Utah didn't quite get on the point fast enough, and Tennessee's gonna swipe the win.
Yeah, and I mean, truly just, they were able to finish the kills. They were able to finish going into it. Lucky Dog, of course, getting the play of the game.
Of course.
Very deserved. I mean, player of the match, honestly, just how they played throughout it. Incredible work for them, and basically stalled by themselves on this point. Of course, it is a team effort, but
yes.
Incredible work there.
Well, and the supports from Tennessee were doing some really great work. We saw some nasty anti-nades come through, and the constant pocket of the pharmacy combo was oh, I'm sorry, that was the other side. But either way, the supports, like I said, had some great plays, and that's what's also enabling Lucky Dog to be that aggressive, right? Every support knows when the tanks are saying, oh, I popped off, I did great. That means they were back there pocketing, pumping out the heals, stressing for you, and healing you before you can even say, I need healing.
No, yeah, it happens a lot, and I'm a tank main, and I've had those moments of Sigma, so it's
Right?
always good when you have it. It's in gold, so not the best, but it's always feels good. But yeah.
Absolutely. And we are going to kick it over to a quick break, get someone in here for the interview, and we'll be back in a moment, folks. Hello everyone and welcome back to EGFC. We have Noodles, the support player from the victorious University of Tennessee team, joining us here in the interview booth. Noodles, congratulations on your win and fantastic gameplay today coming out.
Thank you.
So I want to hop right to it. Okay, I called this out early in our Lijiang Tower match, and I just gotta say, you know, you are going for these aggressive plays. You see a self-destruct is in the process from Lucky Dog, and instead of booping the opposing Reinhardt into the self-destruct, you boop him into the mech recrush kill. What was, you know, some of the mindset at that moment for you, and you know, how are you feeling after plays like that?
Well, you know, Lucky he needs those remit kills as much as he needs water. So I try to help him out as much as I can.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's just I see chances to go aggro and I try to utilize off of them.
Not everyone has that type of vision, and even if you have the vision, theory and execution are two different things. And you know, it's very obvious to me that you've put a lot of time into your mechanics and into, you know, your manipulation of the tempo of the game when you're playing Lucio. What's kind of some of the things you've done to improve that, or what's your mindset around that?
Well, it always helps. I've got some great Lucio players that kind of VOD review with me and teach me how to properly utilize tempo with Lucio. So that's always a great help. But I kind of just listen to our tanks. When they want to push in high speed, I just try to make them stronger.
That's every support's role in a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Zohan, what you got on your mind?
Well, you know, Tennessee already confirmed for the playoffs, but
Right.
And we'll see how it goes, Noodles. But which teams are you really looking out for? I mean, I know y'all were pushing the top half. Do you feel there's a chance to take it all?
You never know. The team's made a lot of progress from where we started this season. I definitely think when we're playing on our best, we can compete with those top teams up there.
Is there anyone you're looking out for? Maybe you want to make a statement?
Or rematch against?
Rematch, maybe?
I know I gotta warn UTA. We're coming for 'em.
Well, UTA, you heard it here from Noodles. Watch your back. Noodles, once again, really great job for your match this evening. Is there anyone you want to shout out or give props to, or, you know, thank those Lucio O friends you have?
I gotta shout out the whole team. They all did really great tonight, and they're putting in a lot of work, so big props to all of them. And then for everyone watching. Couldn't do it without them.
Ooh, thank you. And thank you so much for joining us in the booth, Noodles. Congratulations again on your win, and good luck in the playoffs. We will be watching.
Thank you.
Well, folks, you heard it from Noodles also. Thank you guys so much for joining us for this match. We are going to take a bit of a break, but there's plenty of other games going on the EGF Overwatch channel and the other official EGF2 channel. We will return in a little bit at 10 p.m. Eastern with our University of Colorado going up against University of Hawaii. So we'll see you then, folks, and get some water. everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 17. This is the final week of our spring season here before playoffs, and Zohan, we're about to see University of Colorado go up against University of Hawaii. Obviously, University of Colorado is #1, currently ranked in the EGF League, so, I got a lot of eyes on them to have some very refined and synergistic gameplay.
No, definitely. And I mean, this game has a lot of playoff implications. Hawaii about 12th place right now. St. Peter's University won earlier. And so if Hawaii loses today, they actually will overtake Hawaii, which it would be heartbreaking. I mean, Hawaii helped so much this year with the Overwatch League and suddenly gets out of the collegiate scene. So it's going to be close. It's not going to be close. It's going to be heartbreaking to see what happens because I still have to favor CU here.
Well, they are ranked #1, and that is with very good reason. They've had some extremely strong performances across the season and very consistent performances. On the flip side, Hawaii did get a team reboot, right? They had a lot of new players come in during the spring season, and they have been trying to continue to stay strong and refresh their mindset and their approach to the spring season.
Yeah, no, definitely. But in actually going into this, I like that composition that Hawaii has. Is obviously Akame probably, or AKA May, probably going towards Akamai.
Actually,
okay,
I learned that one from him himself, so.
Akamai, thank you. Probably gonna switch to Tracer, which would work. You need Tracer with this composition. Okay, does.
Ask and you shall receive, Zohan.
I saw it coming. Book C is gonna get a point first, of course.
Crystal ball for you over there, and so far this ball is not working out. Math Dealer already the first person to go down for University of Hawaii. Colorado was there very fast with both the teleporter and the speed boost, and with all of that combined, they were set up and ready for Hawaii to try and push in, and point's gonna unlock, and Colorado winning the fight, taking the point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is honestly the only thing I could say that CU's composition might lose out on is Yahoo on this Doomfist might not have that much use with this. I mean, this composition of Hawaii is going to try to come in from different angles, going to try to encircle CU, and Doomfist doesn't really do much against this composition. I want Wumbo though to switch over to the Echo. I don't want them to stay on a Pharaoh without a Mercy.
Ooh, didn't quite find the value there from that punch, but Yahoo is not overcommitting on that Doomfist, right? Knows he needs to be aware of Banana with the Brig Bash, and once that's out of the way already, he can get very aggressive. You see him diving in the back line while the rest of Colorado continue to aggress through the front lines, and after that, it's still Colorado. Oh, you know what? Hawaii here with some big kills. Akamai is pretty much clutching it out single-handedly on this team fight, helping them stay here. And with that and Nepotus, it's going to be Hawaii taking the point back.
Which, I mean, that's exactly how this fight is supposed to go. And the ultimate's going to be traded, but this favors Hawaii at this point. Hawaii is able to engage each player can engage by themselves effectively. Briggs, of course, kind of should stay together, but Tracer can fight on their own. Diva can fight on their own. Ball can fight on their own, and the points it has switched over in the favor of Hawaii.
And that means they are going to stay on the point as long as they can, so they can wring out every little bit of point percentage possible. They have some ultimates online, but Cloud from Colorado is going to go ahead and switch over to that Cassidy. That is definitely going to be putting a lot of pressure on Wimbology, and he's moving around the side. He's gonna flashbang him and gets booped off the edge before he can really make a dent. Now Hawaii is up a man advantage on this defensive push, or on this defensive hold. And Colorado looking like they just want to wait a moment here. They did get a pick, but still want to make sure they're approaching at the right time. Ant Matrix is going to be an opener for their fight. Hawaii dodges all of that. Look at that, kiting around out of the way. Woombology shreds him from behind with the barrage, and they're still going to keep holding this point.
Yeah, Cloud comes back, takes out Woombology, and that's exactly why you need You need a Mercy. You need something else. Did get those great barrage kills though, and Ruby demeched instantly, and Yahoo off the map. All of a sudden, Hawaii is coming back into this game with in a strong fashion.
And Banana has been getting a huge amount of value, right? There's not a horde of heals available for University of Hawaii. That means you have got to be hitting those whip shots on point. You've got to be in the fight, triggering Inspire regularly. And with Cloud on this far side, he could be devastating. High Noon sees one. Oh, doesn't see her anymore. Gotta wait it out. No kills off that, but Colorado still has a couple in the feed in general. Overtime bar triggered, and Hawaii is going to be very happy with this. They have lost a few numbers, but it still could be anyone's match here on this point. Sound barrier and minefield being thrown by each team, and it's really anyone's guess who's going to be able to survive this mayhem. Minefield's taking down a couple people, but Colorado has taken the point, Zohan.
Yeah, actually a bit of maybe a small misplay there by Hawaii. They allowed Yahoo to stay on the point the entire time. They didn't push into their minefields. Akamai, however, just absolutely popping off. And so this actually could just be Hawaii's map.
I mean, it is looking very good for Hawaii here. They have the flip now back in their possession, but this is still control, right? You want to stall as long as you can, and Colorado knows that they can. They're in a good body block. Beautiful from the tanks of Hawaii, preventing anyone from Colorado being able to enter. And with that, there's too much focus fire. University of Hawaii handling the last couple of trickling players of Colorado, looking like they're going to go ahead and just take this point. It's still, I mean, Colorado not giving up without a fight. This is #1 currently in EGF. There's no way. But Hawaii holding strong, now taking that first map.
Yeah, that was Akamai just take a bow there.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible work there. I wanted to highlight though, I wanted to highlight this play that it kind of was a little off camera, but if you watched, I think it was River God or Banana Lupia, bashed Yahoo mid-air, and they were all able to finish off on that bash. And so just incredible play, taking out the Doomfist of Yahoo, shutting them down completely. And I mean, that's what you need to do to finish out a point against our #1 team.
Are we surprised that we're seeing a fast rollout? No, not at all. Of course they want to get to the point faster, because that means they can set up and wait for the opposing enemy to push into their trap. Funkmaster, the first person going down. So much damage coming out from University of Hawaii, with Math Dealer and Ruby, Nepotus and Ruby being the two main differences. University of Hawaii being able to shred through those shields extremely fast, regardless of there being two, and this enabling of Math Dealer to stay at the front lines, get in some of that hammer chip damage is being extremely helpful. It still took a long time and too many resources burned. Colorado's going to flip this back, coming in strong, and they're going to take this point here as it unlocks.
Yeah, I've mentioned it before. I've noticed these top teams run the very meta composition. And in this case, it's literally, okay, Nepotus does switch over to the Sigma, and they're gonna train on Amp Matrix 6, so maybe a chance for some damage here.
Yeah, definitely tough for the Amp Matrix from River God to find quite as much value with the wall from Cloud coming through, and right now Hawaii's in a tough spot. It's a tough spawn door to get out of, especially when the chokes are so narrow, and Colorado is aggressive. Man, Cloud is charged. Funkmaster doesn't care about all the damage because he knows his supports are pocketing him like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm a Reinhardt player, so this is exactly what I wish would happen when I play Reinhardt, but instead, I get a Mercy, I get a Zenyatta, and they don't even look at me.
The nice bypass of some of the choke point that Hawaii was trying to get through. We see a tire here now in response from Yahoo, trying to see who the victim will be, right? Could be big. Finds two! Such a nasty tire! That is why I despise Junkrat tires. They slaughter you in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, that's also coordination, though. I mean, look at CU's response to the tire. they timed the immortality field perfectly. The Divination was worried that it was going to get on them, but they threw it out. They threw it at the right time, but a huge shatter.
And that's 3 people caught by a shatter. And when you get shattered by University of Colorado, there is going to be so much follow-up from the remainder of the team. There's not a chance for you to survive. They are ready, and they know to pump out as much damage as they can. We're at 97%, and I'm not sure anyone from Hawaii can touch here to contest, and that's going to be Colorado tying up the series. And, you know, this time 100-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I just want to re-highlight that place. You saw the Junkrat tire coming in. Divination threw it out when I think he was worried that it was going to come out. But Cloud broke it. So it obviously now we're looking at it and we realize, oh, it didn't matter. And now, okay, the zombie comp from, actually from both sides. I like this. I like the zombie comp. And so I think I have to favor CU here. Their coordination is just going to be so much better. Oh, it's going to be brutal, but it's going to be fun. The speed from Hawaii might be better though.
Yahoo's also rocking the awesome dragon skin that just came out. Gotta say, personally love that one. And well, he is just going to be looking to continuously try and farm up that EMP. Already at 22%, so doing some good work. Oh, Cloud taking off the edge for a little bit of a ride. We'll get back fast, but this does mean Hawaii can have an opportunity to try and take the point first and establish themselves. Once they did that on the first map, they did give Hawaii quite a hard time when they were trying to push in. Or I'm sorry, Colorado, a hard time when they were trying to push in. And they want to win this map. It is match point for either side. Cloud starting the pincer maneuver from Colorado as they continue to push into Hawaii at this point. There is a lot of damage being outputted, and honestly, there's a lot of self-heals. That's the zombie element, and they just keep on moving forward, continuing to press the W key, and Akamai just ripping people apart.
Yeah, Hawaii understanding their composition really speaks to staying together, to just play close to one another, and you're gonna do well. Obviously, Wombology may be able to stick away, but the use comp has to spread out a bit more. But in this Coalescence online first for Hawaii.
Well, EMP clips 4 people, but it's not until after the sound barrier have been thrown that is the dangers of playing extremely close together. And well, each of these teams have been charging EMP like crazy. And we've said this before, EMP is literally the strongest ultimate because in a game where everyone's special, she takes that away and takes it away for everyone. And once again, Colorado following up on one ultimate with the whole team.
I'm looking into this next fight though. Wombology has EMP. Coalescence closer for Divination though, so that could play a factor, and they have the beat. If Wombology times this perfectly and they can take out Bird Boys, they'll win this next fight.
We saw Bird Boys though hiding pretty far back away from his team. He's aware that the EMP was being looked for, and it didn't really matter. Hawaii continues to be aggressive. They have other ultimates they can use to engage and start the fight off, and they are able to take this space and push Colorado back. They're starting to cap the point, but this is control. You move fast, you get back fast, and you want to stall the point and do. We could see Colorado stall this out for a long time, regardless of Hawaii having a strong presence. Nice pulse bomb eat there from Nepotus as they continue to aggress forward. More kills for Hawaii, and if they can clear Colorado quickly, they can take this point back.
Yeah, no, indeed. I can't get confirmation just because I wasn't looking at the exact thing that happened, but I think Wombology's EMP actually stopped Rupee from using the boosts and actually fell off the map. So it was an environmental kill for Wombology from the EMP, but because Diva was flying and stopped midair. It's something you don't see every day, actually. And yeah, now Coalescence going to be used, and this could actually push them, Hawaii, to just needing one more fight to take this map.
And that is dangerous territory for Colorado. This is match point here at Lijiang Tower. 4-man EMP clipped, and we see the teleport from Akamai. He's going to start the pincer maneuver, and there it is. Death Blossom being popped. A lot of defense matrix available from Ruby, but no one touched the point. Oh my gosh. I'm surprised that Hawaii for the win here on Lijiang Tower, taking everyone for a curveball and showing that they should not be counted out and they want to make it into this playoffs.
Or you know, people always talk about script writing. Maybe us script writers here at EGF wanting CU to falter at the end. Make sure that the dramatic fashion in the end for sadly for St. Peter's not able to advance to the playoffs, excuse me. And I think CU are secure their first place. So maybe they're playing the mind games, wanting Hawaii to come into this. They're gonna play Hawaii in the playoffs and then just destroy them in the playoffs. So bunch of scripts potentially there.
Right. Well, we don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And, you know, it did seem like University of Hawaii, they were much more calm on that last round. And I do believe that they adapted really well to what they saw in the first 2 maps of Control, right? The second round was kind of a stomp for Hawaii, 100 to 0% for, you know, map percentage. And coming back to actually win the whole Lijiang series maps, really nice job. And they didn't allow Colorado to re-engage on that last defensive hold very well. They were preemptive and they were preventative.
Yeah, no, I was actually originally criticizing how early Hawaii used that coalescence, but CU played it exactly how I think you should. They backed up, they retreated, and that actually allowed them enough time. That allowed Hawaii enough time to just keep them off the point. And I wouldn't call it a C9 because there was no overtime, but it definitely felt like one.
Yeah. Well, you know, they're probably saying their own things in the chat, and we'll have to see if Colorado is going to be, you know, mentally maybe a little shaken or thrown off after a game like that, or are they going to keep their cool? Are they going to come back and take the series? Obviously, Hawaii here, a little bit of our underdog, so would love to see them continue to maybe keep Colorado on their toes, because, you know, they have not had quite enough of that here at the EGF League. And honestly, Akamai from University of Hawaii has been on fire this evening.
I want to highlight that CU lost his first game and have instantly transitioned to the absolute try-hard comp that you could go for. So I don't know why I'm finding this absolutely hilarious right now. They went from Zombie Cup, now they're going to, yeah, just straight up the Sigma ball. This is just absolutely hilarious to me. This could work out very well for them though. It's against Double Bubble, and Double Bubble already plays slow, and in this composition could slow them down even more, which just allows CU all the time in the world to finish them up.
We've heard from CU in the past that they have been working really hard on the Hammond Tracer combination and making sure they're following up on the plays. And, well, definition on this Zenyatta, I have personally seen how deadly he can be in the past, taking echoes on 1v1 duels and winning them regularly. So you do not want to cut him short. Obviously, he's a big player in the league in general and all around the scene. Hawaii's, though, still has to go ahead and push into this composition, right? There has been a lot of harassment on their backline because of how mobile Colorado is with Cloud and Funkmaster, and now trying to handle Double Bubble as they continue to push forward.
Yeah, and I like this not even allowing a tick, and Cloud just, you know, maybe a little bit frustrated from the control, just deciding that Akamai, not the Tracer you should be looking at, it is Cloud, and that was a 3K for Cloud there.
We have seen this type of performance also from the DPS of Colorado in general, right? making clutch plays at the very end, right when you need them, right when the clock's about to hit 1 minute or overtime. And when they're in their flow state, they get 2 or 3 kills in the flow state. Stuck! And goodbye to Wombology because of it. Once again, Cloud showing off those skills. Does go down in the end, but it's still going to be an uphill battle for Hawaii. Divination pops that Transcendence, keeping everyone topped off even more, and we are about to have even more ultimates online for Colorado that will zone out Hawaii.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is Divination just in such an insaleable position. And I think Bird Boy's waiting close by in case anyone tries to go up the elevator there, and just CU are looking unstoppable at the moment. Honestly, I don't know how Hawaii could break this.
Well, and it's going to be really difficult with Divination on that high ground, right? He is so far away from anywhere from University of Hawaii to shoot at that he is basically free firing in the back. And in order for Hawaii to get through that, they have to get through the rest of the front line and handle the harassment that they're getting on the back line from Cloud and Funkmaster. So this is a tough composition to try and fight, especially with how well Colorado is running it. They are so well synergized. There it is, Divination following up on the plays and the damage dealt by his other teammates.
Yeah, this is a bit of a... Oh, actually, what? I thought the shield was up. Okay, so that was definitely a bit of a unlucky. Oh, okay, so what we're thinking happened is the shield broke after it was stuck and then landed on Tazaria. That's tragic.
So, yes, she stuck Brig's shield, yeah.
Where's the bubble? Where's the bubble, Napolis, come on.
A nice stun comes through, but Funkmaster still able to get the slam regardless. The other members of the team trying to do their best. What a good sleep. He was about to use his ultimate. River God shuts him down just after it, and it's not going to be the thing that wins the game, but that is a very difficult sleep to hit. A lot of pressure coming through, and now with 7 seconds left on the clock, Hawaii has to hurry. They got to move forward. Divination has the trance online. He is feeling aggressive. He knows he can do whatever he wants because he can bail out with the trance and save himself. Looks like his teammate's going to go down, and still the tank's pushing onto him. Of course, there it is, finally forced out once Napotis dives straight at his face, and now Hawaii has popped their rally. This is the chance they need to try and take this point here in the overtime bar. It's still quite a hectic mess as we can see Banana trying to do their best to swing around and around, but all in all, Colorado still able to handle the trickle of Hawaii, and man, it is, there it is. Fulton Core coming through, Colorado holding the first point.
Yeah, that was... that looked very different than game number 1. CU not necessarily struggling, I think, in game number 1, but Hawaii having the answers when they needed them. This time, obviously Hollywood is a lot harder to break into. It's a lot more difficult to break into a choke point that kind of only has 2 angles, especially if you're shutting them down with Yahoo on that Torbjorn, with Cloud, with Ruby, with Funkmaster, just looking everywhere for any bit of movement. And this double bubble has to kind of engage on CU's turn, and it worked out perfectly for them. And now they only need a single tick to win this game.
And you talked about the angles that you have to walk through from this Hollywood choke point, right? As the attacker, you have to walk out. And it's not like some of the other maps like Volskaya, where when you walk out of either side of the car, you have to take 2 pretty different off angles to really see them well. You can see both of these choke points from this high ground where we see Wombology sitting, from the high ground where we saw Divination sitting on the little pad. From every single vantage point here, you can see both chokes, and it is very difficult, and it's additionally difficult because of it.
Yeah, and okay, so they're gonna be attacking with a Hanzo, and okay, it's more than just the Sonic era, so Hawaii actually has a good chance at the moment, but Hanzo obviously able to get 1 shots, one hits, and I'm gonna be looking at how this Hammond duel goes first.
Well, I also know that Nepotus's shield is not going to last very long with Yahoo on the Hanzo. That'll get shredded pretty quickly, and you know, he's going to be throwing a lot of damage in. It's the only shield on the board for either team, right? Both on the Sigma, and Cloud going down early to River God probably bit off a little more than he could chew. And well, it's still very good for Hawaii, right? They have that turret set up on the high ground. It seems like they're handling the trickle in from Colorado, and Colorado still trying to set up and stage for their push.
Yeah, that Torque turret pickoff of Yahoo is exactly why I'm a bit confused by the Hanzo pick. I actually personally, I think Sombra works very well on this map, specifically because it forces different angles. It's hard to do, but I like it. And but yeah, all the kills are coming in. Never mind, Yahoo gets like 40.
That's the DPS for Colorado for you. They are, I mean, they have some outstanding mechanics and fundamentals, and Colorado going ahead, taking a decisive win here on Hollywood, and probably wanting to change the tempo after the first map of Lijiang.
Yeah, no, 100%. Really? I mean, Yahoo on both defense and on offense, just absolutely dominating Kauai on this map, and just a bit of a bummer. But by the way, I really quickly want to shout out that my grandmother is watching today, because hi Grammy, and she has never watched esports before. So you know, be nice to her in the chat. I don't think she's gonna comment anything, but hi Grammy. Yeah.
That's what I call my grandma too. I call her Grammy as well. So
see,
hi to Grammy too.
Maybe we're sharing the same Grammy. Who knows?
I don't know about that one, but it's always good to have, you know, the supporters joining us. And of course, you know, we wouldn't be broadcasting without all of you here watching, supporting us, supporting the players as well. That's what most people are here to watch, right? The game, and we're here to embellish it for you. And, you know, it's a lot of work is done. Actually, most of the work is done by our producer, Aeon, behind the scenes. Cannot forget the real workhorses in this show. And honestly, Colorado was quite the workhorse that last map. They came back with a vengeance after losing Lijiang. And I do think they serioused up a little bit more after that round. Curious to see how Hawaii is going to adapt and respond when we move into our next map of Hanamura, but we're going to take a quick break and see you soon. everyone, and welcome back to EGFC Week 17. Just as a quick reminder, this is our final week of the spring season, and we are about to move into Hanamura as our next map. Zohan, we actually have a 1-1 standing right now for the series, and you know, I'm excited to see what they're gonna bring for Hanamura.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I thought this was not going to be the final game being played in this regular season, because there is the other one on EGF Overwatch. But Hawaii took game number 1, so maybe we're gonna go the distance and potentially see an upset. After Hollywood, he's looking incredibly good, but it's gonna be Hanamura, which, you know, Hanamura's created some incredible moments, so maybe just a chance.
It's also it's a very difficult map to push into as an attacker. Two capture point? I almost forgot what 2 CP meant for a moment. You gotta capture both points, and most of these 2 CP maps, it's really tough to capture the first point. It's probably why it's not gonna be in Overwatch 2.
I mean, I thought it was confirmed it's not in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, I'm saying because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be sad. I think some of the best moments in Overwatch have happened because of 2CP. And you know, we've already had to go through the years of pain with Paris and Horizon Lunar Colony. I wasn't there, but I've heard about it, so must have been brutal.
Yes, well, we have been, some of our friends have been preachers of, if you stayed for the whole Horizon or Paris map, you should get priority requeue right away. But they took it away, so now not even a problem, as, well, Math Dealer got himself out of such a sticky situation, falling very, very low to University of Colorado, but in the end, still able to sneak away like the specialty of a Hammond in general. Wow, once again, doing it right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, but Akamai got taken out early. So I like this competition from Hawaii, but they need to try and push. They need to try to do something. That's the start, but Recall's out immediately, and they're playing a bit scared.
But he did manage to get the bash out from Banana. It's not going to be quite enough, or I'm sorry, out from Bird Boys, but wasn't quite enough on the table for Hawaii to push into. They wanted to get rid of some of that CC, but in the end, Colorado doing a great job at giving this space and letting the Torbjorn turret do some of the work when they went to push in and help.
Yeah, no, and I like the setup. It's such an it's like playing the composition Hawaii has, but defense, and it just works out so well. Like they don't get the damage that Zenyatta gives to this to the ball comp, but if you can't push in, what's the point of Zenyatta?
Zenyatta, River God, pushing in himself with this trance, keeping everyone in Hawaii topped off extremely well. They do get a pick in this process, and with Minefield online from Funkmaster, it's going to be tough to continue holding this space. A self-destruct from Ruby's going to clear even more zoning, but it's still not getting any kills for Colorado. Hawaii has the numbers here, and they are capping the point.
Yeah, Ruby, I think, misplaced that bomb just a little bit. It would have been a little better to go more towards looking at point B. It allowed Hawaii just to hide out for just a second. But picks are coming in, so maybe a comeback.
Yeah, Colorado doing a phenomenal job at coming back quickly and stalling this point out. I was surprised that Hawaii was not able to clear them off all the way, and you can see the ever so tiny sliver left Hawaii needed to actually cap 98%. Missed it by that much.
Yeah, we had an internal bet of how long the series was gonna go, and I think we're already over it, by the way, and we're not even in game number 4. So this is exciting. I actually really like this. And someone's on point. Okay, they do touch though.
Still trying to push through the choke point here. University of Hawaii slowly trying to whittle their way, but There is too much damage online for University of Colorado, and Colorado has so many ultimates online. They can have their pick of the crop to start it off with.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nano onto Ruby, Cloud with. Okay, it's gonna be on the
What
bridge.
a Nancy nade from Divination. Oh my gosh, that just shut down Hawaii's push in its tracks. Such a good throw coming through, and Colorado knows when they see that many people purple, it is W key all day. 6 seconds left on the board. They just cleared out a ton of people from Hawaii, and that is going to be a great prevention of them touching.
Yeah, that was a great defensive hold and a great comeback. The win condition for Hawaii, though, it's pretty doable. Like that is a lot of capture progress to equal. You know, 98.1% is a lot more than people expect on Hanamura. So I'm hoping Hawaii stays with a similar composition. Maybe even just mirroring what CU just played. But play to your strengths. Don't just say, okay, CU's #1 in this country. Let's copy them. Try to play to your strengths more. And I think River God and Banana Lumpia just doing incredible work. So okay, actually I like that they're staying on the Brig Zem and not going to this Brig Onacom.
I'm excited to see what Akamai will continue to bring to the table. He's definitely been on point this round, but this is a team game, and you know, as much as you want to carry or maybe can carry, there are plenty of people who will keep an eye on you. They will shut you down or contain you at the minimum. And Colorado is the type of team that will recognize that threat. And I do believe that they have. He was taken down very early in a couple of the fights, and they, they're not doing so many 1v1 challenges against him.
Yeah, and okay, I doubted Yahoo before on this Hanzo, so I'm probably going to be wrong again if I tried. But nice positioning from Hawaii, trying to keep out of sight lines, mostly engaging on their terms.
Bird Boy's down early in this opening fight. That's definitely what Colorado was not expecting to happen, and they are going to wait to be at full strength before really trying to push through again. I like that Cloud is being herded out. Hawaii is being very thorough at trying to clear people away from the point.
Yeah, Akamai, honestly, I feel is the stronger tracer. Just, the overall coordination from CU just working so well in Cloud's favor, but Akamai just pulling out the performance of a lifetime, wanting to stay in playoff contention, and just a minute's already gone down, and CU don't even look at this. Bird Boy's at 30% all charge. I think that's mostly of time.
He did go down very early, so it's been a tough battle for him in particular this round. Hawaii, though, feeling really good, even though there's a few people from Colorado starting to trickle in. They are a little bit scattered, but one of Colorado's strengths is in their ability to win their 1v1 duels and pretty much peel for a side edge to help follow up on some of those small duels. Look at that. Cloud just collapsed around onto the Poison Yachter of River God, and with that, it's going to be Colorado going ahead, capping this point. They pretty much cleared Hawaii out in such a quick fashion that they're not going to be able to come back very well. Stun out there on the edge, preventing Ruby, and that's going to be Colorado taking Hanamura.
Yeah, that's where Hawaii can't even, they can't falter for a second. We saw one player go down, and it was just over.
Yes.
So you just collapsed on them.
That one googly eye turning to the side got me. I apologize.
And I just, it's tragic because Hawaii was actually holding well there.
Very well.
I mean, not for long. Like, let's not. It wasn't an overtime cap. It wasn't like down to the wire. But they held 2 fights pretty decently, and it not lost to anyone. But what can you do?
Well, and you also have to remember they're holding against the #1 ranked University of Colorado. And after that Lijiang map, they've really come together, more focused. And you've seen the last two maps really show, I think, more of Colorado's regular tendencies when they are playing and the type of coordination they want to bring and do bring to the table. And, you know, Hawaii, like you said, did really well for that defensive hold there on Hanamura. Okay, it's not easy to push into Hanamura. We talked about the same, you know, there's like 2 funnel points to really push through on Hollywood. And Hanamura, there's only 1. And you have that little window, which kind of counts. But once again, both of those are visible from all over the map, from whatever off angles Colorado wants to spread out and take. And, you know, Hawaii, they didn't get their new team lineup until this spring season. So they are not performing like they did in the beginning of the year or end of last year. They have been doing considerably better and still really grinding and refining themselves.
Yeah, no, and just, I mean, incredible work there. CU just, I mean, looks... Obviously, I can't say that because they'll play in contenders and then get like, there's going to be Redbirds 2.0 or something.
They have some,
but I mean,
they have some players.
They have some great players, but you never know. I mean, maybe we'll see one of these players in the Overwatch League. They're incredibly good, and their teamwork's just out of this world.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these Colorado people, you know, across different tournaments as well. Actually had the pleasure of casting Ruby for the Women and Marginalized Gender Empowerment Cup, the first one ever. And her team Mochi did absolutely phenomenal. Oops. Nice throw, Yahoo! Second time is the charm there. I'm glad we got to see that. Thank you, Aeon. But back to my original topic, Ruby was doing phenomenal on that team, Team Mochi, eating pulse bombs left and right, saving teammates, and, you know, her normal bail out my friends type of play style. Such good awareness and honestly really hard to deal with, especially when she just seems to be all over the map all the time. Oh, there she is, taking out Akamai. Akamai tried to get into her face, shut down very quickly in the process, and well, still Colorado holding this point so far. They are handling Hawaii, who's trying to circle around, and once they jump down to really engage Hawaii face to face, seem to continue to take him down, push him back.
Yeah, losing Akamai was a critical loss there. Just the absolute, like, honestly best player in the series for Hawaii at the moment. And without Akamai, the damage of that Tracer is going to be very noticeable. And so, a bit of a lost fight already, but CU did clean it up well. But this cart has to stay about where it is, and Cloud going down might be the best chance Hawaii has.
That's a lot of damage off the table, and Colorado going to have to give a little bit of space and play smart. They've lost Divination on top of it, and that means it is Hawaii taking this fight and taking the aggression. They want to continue pushing forward, taking the space, the point almost there to the first checkpoint, and Wombology here gets a kill onto Yahoo, gets the kill onto Cloud, and looking for another one in the process. They tried to contest him on this high ground, but he said no thanks, stay back, and I'll just keep on free firing. Hawaii, though, still trying to push this point. And then, I mean, this is what we love to see from Colorado. We see the minefields, we see the transcendence being thrown, both teams not wanting to give this point up, and in the end, it's too much for Colorado. Hawaii goes ahead, takes the space, gets that first checkpoint, and they are gonna look to keep pushing this cart.
I was really worried for half a second. Matt Thieler put the mines out after Funkmaster, which, if you don't know, in a Hammond versus Hammond situation, whoever puts down the mines first usually does better. But I think Matt Thieler was able to slam down, took a lot out, so those mines were able to zone out enough of CU to push the cart. And they're pushing their cart so far. CU holding back, and what?
Jeez. Absolutely ruthless coming through from there, and you know, I gotta say, really nice job. A stick from Akamai isn't gonna get the kill, but it is a lot of damage, which means once again they have to kite back and get healed up and topped off. Hawaii doing a phenomenal job at taking space, continuing to push Colorado, and Zohan, it looks like they want to go to playoffs. They have to win this game if they want to, and this is a tough uphill battle for them.
I loved the instant rally from both players at the exact same time. That was a bit scary for you. It sounded like something out of a horror movie, but yeah, CU just instantly dominated this next fight. Waffles, and yeah, Hawaii has to win this has to win this and the next map to go to playoffs. CU just, wanting to win as much as they can, wanting to prove that they're the best team in the country. And it's working out for them. I mean, obviously, this is map point. This is series point for them. But Hawaii, maybe with some chances.
They are showing a very, very strong performance. And, I gotta say, it is a pleasure to see how much they have grown and adapted throughout the entire season. This is definitely, they have been doing a lot of grinding and hard work. It's showing through. Colorado has been, thrown off balance quite a few times, and there is still a chance for them to continue to push Colorado off balance. Deadeye channeled, not finding any damage, but it will zone people out. Pulse Bomb takes down Bird Boys early, and Divination pops the Transcendence early. That means Hawaii can push forward. There's not going to be too many resources to sustain Colorado through all of the fighting. A slam comes through, but Math Dealer whittled down. Hawaii still trying to regroup and focus down those targets as they roll this payload forward.
Yeah, and Funkmaster getting your cheat out of there. Bird Boy's trying to stall, but I don't think this composition from Hawaii that's left does incredibly well against it. But Cloud coming back, putting all the damage in, and comes right at the right time. If Math Dealer was there, I think this was a cap, but just a bit unlucky with the spawn timings. Allows you to come back, and tragic too, 1 meter away from capping the second point. And the more they push it, like this map is famous for not having complete finishes. So if they just get it to 2.5,
what a save from Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby's incredible. Oh my, see, it just keeps killing people. It's just what's going on now?
I mean, and the peel from Ruby Cloud should have been dead. And instead, Ruby turns the defense matrix. Saved ya, no big deal. Nice to still have the Deadeye online if need be. And, from those last few fights, to me, it looks like Colorado thrives a little bit better in the chaos. When Rowley pops, when Math Dealer and Funkmaster are swinging around, booping people, it seems like Colorado is able to continue to maintain their composure a little bit and still focus fire down. Hawaii seems to be, maybe shooting at 2 targets instead of 1, and that's really going to be the big difference and why Colorado is able to win some of those hectic fights is what we'll call them. There's going to be a crazy flashy fight coming up though, starting off with this Deadeye. We have ultimates online for days, and we can hear them all getting picked out one by one. Still Divination coming up big in the kill feed as Hawaii's trying to throw everything they can at this. There's been a minefield thrown at them in the way, and with Divination having their own trance in the process, it's still Colorado holding strong and feeling good.
Yeah, this is it's because of how strong CU is. This is a very winnable situation for them. It's winnable. It's honestly it's CU, so I'm not that concerned for them. Hawaii, however, a bit worrying. I would have wanted the cart in the last phase. The last phase, is so annoying, especially if you're on a ball comp and. Almost every time I've played ball and I try to take last point on Route 266, I always have to switch because my team rages and they're like, switch off ball, what are you doing? And yeah, it's gonna be rough.
I think, Hawaii, like I mentioned earlier, Hawaii's been doing a very good job this game and has shown a lot of growth throughout the season. Colorado is, they are #1 for a reason, and they have been following up on people who are low, and I really think the big edge they have against Hawaii this the series is the fact that they seem to be more focused in those hectic fights. They are actually focus firing down targets, whereas Hawaii is not melting people quite as fast.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of sustain for Hawaiian. The Yahoo on this Hanzo is so scary. This could be the deciding factors. If Yahoo pops off, Napadas and the rest of the team in bad positioning. If Yahoo just gets 2 picks, you know, every other fight, that's a CU win instantly.
If that's the case, that is a lot of pressure onto Yahoo, but we've seen that the DPS from Colorado typically handle it pretty well. They know when to be clutch, but it's nice if you're just consistent before that. Still a couple of exchanges back and forth while the cart continues to roll on forward by Big Earl's gas station. There's still a couple kills as both Tracers are out of the picture, and well, it's still going to be Colorado moving on forward. Hawaii, though, getting that advantage. Love seeing the boulder come through, take Bird Boys down, and Hawaii holding strong so far, burning off time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's the start. That's how you want this to go. 3 minutes on the clock. All it's about equal. A little bit better for Hawaii, but ooh, I'm still waiting for this Akamai cloud.
Oh no!
Oh, that's tragic.
Bird Boys snuck up on him, bashed him, and then took him down before he had any chance to recover. That is a lot of damage off the table for Hawaii, and that means Colorado knows they can hit the go button. Akamai has been a thorn in their side for the entire series, and now they just continue to press the W key.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a chance to stall, but I'm wondering if Hawaii might just want to set up for the next phase. A lot of time would need to be held. So, okay, they're actually going to contest here.
Both the Tracer and the Hammond trying to do their best. River God gets a pick onto Cloud. That could be huge for Hawaii, but they did lose Matthewer in the process. There are transcendences going around for everybody on both teams, and the real question is who's going to come out on top. More ultimates being thrown one after another. There are all the flexes, and well, Colorado still trying to push this point forward. Hawaii does not want to give it up. They want to try and hold close because that is a beautiful win condition. The minefields stall out a bit, and just before 1.64 meters, Hawaii's holding strong.
Yeah, that's crucial. If you give up the point and you hold right there, you have to back up a little bit. The spawn advantage for Hawaii suddenly is just terrible. CU's right there. But with the minute left on the clock, no ults for CU. And look at their ults. They don't have ults.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, divination?
That's a huge advantage. Akamai does go down in the process, but he will come back very quick. Probably arrive around the same time Divination does because of the, walking distance, and he got some speed abilities on the other. But that is still a huge takedown. It actually forces Divination to play on the Lucio instead. And, well, Yahoo gets 2 kills. Oh my goodness, those dragons were starving. Colorado came through with a bunch of ultimates, and well, now continuing to aggress onto Hawaii, trying to take this point, and well, looks like they are wanting to roll it forward.
Yeah, but now the time bank actually looks okay. 3 minutes to push it all the way to the end. This is doable. Divination teasing around. Wow. I think wants to switch, but wants to get maybe a pick off before. Or
that was
maybe just wants the B.
Play. Some good pockets coming through as well from Bananas. That way, can continue some of that fun aggression we see sliding around on the walls. There's a lot of pressure here, though, for Hawaii to try and stop this payload. It's match point here for Colorado, and there it is. River God going ahead, popping the Transcendence to try and keep his team in this fight. Now he gets caught in the flux and smashed down just as quickly by Ruby. Continuing to push forward Colorado, just clearing off Hawaii, and well, Hawaii needs to regroup.
Yeah, has to regroup. Still a fight, maybe. I'm just gonna say a fight. That it's so close. I mean, it has to be a fight.
Fights.
It's been some long fights, but you know, with where the card is now, Hawaii can't lose another fight. So
Oh, an early pick from Cloud. That was brutal. We've seen Cloud be able to win these 1v1s, and to be honest, Colorado does very well in them in general. A minefield spread all around the point, trying to keep University of Hawaii in this game, but Cloud is a menace. He's been reinforced with the sound barrier and has been peppering everybody from every single angle. We have Yahoo on this high ground, finally getting some pressure, but getting the resources to stay alive on top of it. Hawaii suddenly turning the tides. We have Wombology on that Soldier 76 who was bringing the heat to the game, and with 1 minute left, they managed to fend off Colorado again.
Yeah, and these playoff implications are starting to become quite a factor. It seems Hawaii does not want to miss out.
This is some great gameplay coming through from Hawaii. They want to win this. Are they aware Cloud is hunting in their backline again? This has been so... Oh man, it's a good thing he zipped out of there. Both supports have his number. They have each other's backs, and they took him down. Too aggressive there. This could be the opportunity Hawaii needs. 30 seconds left on the board, and they are clearing members of Colorado. If they can stagger Colorado out just a little bit, they can have a major advantage for all of the remainder of the time bank. Ruby here left alone, and this is going to be rough. She will definitely be behind moving into this last fight. We have 13 seconds left on the clock. Can anyone from Colorado even touch?
Longbuster definitely can. If he's able to touch, Bird Boys can come in.
Minefield in the way. And a boop comes through. Banana doing a great job, just a hair early, but you gotta do what you gotta do when Funkmaster was en route. Now it's going to be a crazy fight with a nice pulse bomb stick coming through. Lots of damage on the board, and the Flux trying to lift everybody up. Ruby can't quite find the damage, and Napotus eats a pulse bomb. Hawaii wants to stay in this game. Hawaii wants to win this, and Hawaii wants to go to the playoffs. They got to clear off just a couple more members of Colorado, and they are going to take Route 66.
Well, I think we caster cursed this, Waffles. Or maybe I did. I think I did.
Heaven forbid Colorado is caster cursed, okay?
Heaven forbid.
They're fine.
But you know, it's all of a sudden I mean, I said it earlier. I was like, oh, St. John's is gonna be fine. They're gonna make it, and Hawaii must have heard me. They must be very angry at me at the moment. And yeah, they won control. Remember that. They already won a control map. And no ties left.
We're about to move into map 5, folks, right? This map 5 is going to be, we're going to go to Busan, another control map, which is where we saw the most variance between both of these teams. We saw, you know, a lot of back and forth on the first map, both teams winning each a map and going to the third map. And, you know, Zohan, I hope we go to a map 3 on Busan, because then we'd really be going the distance here for all 5 games. And Hawaii has been, I mean, doing fantastic.
Yeah, no, they have been. And wow, this is the kind of game you tweet about. I'm actually trying to tweet right now as we speak. And yeah, this has so many implications who wins this game. Obviously, not as much for CU, but if Hawaii wins, Hawaii stays in the playoffs. St. John's tragically winning 3-0 earlier to not make it. Now actually it was 3-1, excuse me, but it's just, there's so many implications to what this game does.
Absolutely. And, you know, both of these teams fought very hard to try and make it into the playoffs. And, you know, I bet you St. John's was feeling pretty good after their win, knowing that Hawaii was going to have a difficult opponent like Colorado. And Hawaii came to play. They stepped up to the plate. They're rising to the challenge. And, you know, during that last defensive hold of Route 66, they seemed to adapt to some of the hecticness that Colorado was able to bring, right? I talked about how Colorado seemed to do a little bit better when it was really chaotic. They were focusing fire and targets a little bit better. That was why they were taking down members of Hawaii so much faster. But after that last round, Hawaii seemed to recognize what was happening, and their synergy was on point after that.
Yeah, and I love this. They're playing the hardest composition to play, and they are playing against the #1 team in the country, and they are winning. This is just incredible storylines, incredible, and if it works, this has to feel amazing for them, even if they barely edge it into the playoffs.
Looks like we have a bit of a change up here with Yahoo on the Tracer now and Cloud on the hit scan of Ana instead. So, I know, both of the DPS really show, I mean, on the Ashe, thank you. Two short AA names, but still way more damage coming through from this Ashe, and especially when it's Cloud behind the sights, there's even more follow-up from Yahoo taking down those low health targets, and once again Colorado doing a great job at chasing down and following up on each other's plays. Still, one person down, couple exchanges back and forth. Hawaii, though, not here on the point to quite take it yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Ashe works very well, but when Balaji able to take the right engagements, actually getting closer to the ults, and they still haven't capped. They're not gonna cap.
No one.
And I think Hawaii might be taking it.
There is a lot of back and forth, and these trickle fights look like they're going to be the difference makers in a game like this. We have seen so many, oh my goodness, as soon as we said it flips over, Divination pops out of the main doors, reinforced with Bob, and just goes ahead and starts to mow people down.
This is, okay, I think this might be the final, yeah, okay, there it is, but it's still, that forced out Bob, that forced out so, I mean, it forced out Bob. That's basically all forced out. But that's critical because look at Hawaii. They have a couple ults coming that could easily win a fight for them, even if it's just one or two. So this is still close.
If that back and forth was a preview for what we're going to see for the rest of the series, I am excited. Nobody wants to hang out with Woombology. I wouldn't. When you pop your visor, great kite back from University of Colorado, and Hawaii though still looking to take space. They are capping this point here in the back line, and we've seen this happen before. They cap the point while a lot of them are fighting here on this main front line, and then they continue to hold the point very well and very strong. This is control. It's about trickling in and continuing to maintain possession for as much as you can, maximizing it, and University of Hawaii with their possession going to continue holding.
Yeah, invested a couple ults, so nice step back from CU, but this is going to allow Hawaii to equal the percentage of CU. CU still have a slightly better ult economy if we don't count that Ricotta has Transcendence. So I'm gonna say it's equal, but pops it.
Probably got some pressure being put on him, and well, now it's time to put the pressure on. Does get clipped down, and a nice follow-up from Funk Master. He has been capitalizing on anyone that Cloud chips or that Yahoo peppers down, and the fact that he is so mobile and able to do that and respond and turn on a dime to capitalize on that has been critical to Colorado's success.
Yeah, getting it to 59%. It almost seems like River God wanting to get into a better position after using that Transcendence was definitely not the play there, because they were taken out so early. And a nice that was a nice coordinated effort by CU. And
Yahoo, not sneaky, sitting there on the side. Woombology just goes ahead, pops him with the rockets, and moves along with his day. Super cash, waiting for the Transcendence to ride its time and be done. And there it is, all the damage, reinforcements from Math Dealer to keep him in this fight, and he wants to take Ruby out of this picture. He has the visor online, and he wants to free fire with it. Nepotus going down, though, is devastating, and University of Hawaii backing off to try and regroup.
Divination is playing so aggressively. I love it. Obviously, it has the support of Bird Boys, but it's beautiful to see. And now 80%. So this could be the final fight. But Hawaii has so many ults coming in that could do beautifully for them.
Bob being thrown onto the point itself. He's going to maintain possession and keep Hawaii from trying to cap it there in the back. 97% and counting, and lots of them taken down. Bob doing a lot of work, putting the pressure on the point, and with that, it's going to be Colorado taking Mecha Base.
Oh, it's gonna hopefully we go to the wire, but oh, this could be heartbreaking for Hawaii. But I want them, no matter what, to be proud of themselves. They are bringing it to the best team in the country right now, and they're gonna switch into the zombie comp, which, oh, this is a beautiful map for it. Oh, this is fun. I'm excited. I don't want this to end, but it has to. We only have 2 more maps possible for it.
And what a great way to end the season, right? We got a nice game 5 between Colorado and Hawaii. There's a lot on the line for Hawaii here. They want to win this. They want to go to playoffs. They are just on the edge of making it. They have to beat Colorado here, and it is going to be a fight to the teeth for every inch of this map. Math Dealer already going down early, and with another one following suit, Colorado's going to go ahead, push on forward, and probably cap the point first this round.
Probably. So a nice early.
What a stagger.
It was so fast. The fight was just so fast. I'm like looking at River God. River God has less percentage than Banana Lumpy, and that's like, I just never see that with Moira and Lucio.
I think they changed.
Oh, did they? I can actually explain that. But I'm not too concerned. Divination though, getting so close to this transcendence.
Divination has been, I mean, we've seen how nutty Divination can be in the process. Nice flashbang before you get too close, but still able to land, get some of the damage in. Math Dealer going down first once again. Absolutely devastating. There's so much focus fire coming in from Colorado. Number 1, to break Math Dealer's shield, and number 2, to just shoot Math Dealer. And he is getting bursted down. So, I mean, every time he engages, it is almost in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is starting to be a little heartbreaking. I want Hawaii to do well here, but these fights are lasting so shortly that nothing can happen. Pulse Ball goes off, but doesn't get anyone there.
Hawaii taking a bit of a different angle on their approach. High Noon, or Deadeye, being channeled here by Cloud. No victims in sight, but it is going to take time off the clock. Colorado has 69% on this point, and Hawaii needs to get on there and move and contest. This is match point here for Colorado, and they do not want to go down without a fight. They have not been. EMP here in the back line is going to remove Divination immediately from the equation. Hawaii goes ahead, pops another ultimate with the Coalescence, and they continue to aggress forward into Colorado. Once you've used EMP, you know that is the go button, and they did not hesitate.
River got stunned out of that Coalescence, which was a bit early, but it still worked out. 97% for CU. A lot of ults online for Hawaii to win this. They could still take it. They could still take it to map number 3 here. But they have to trade it. They have to trade it.
Hawaii is going to have to play perfect defense, and they're going to play perfect offense, engaging with the sound barrier now with a pulse bomb to top it off. That is a great fight coming through from them as they continue to just put the pressure onto Colorado one after another. They even forced out a few ultimates from Colorado on top of it, and this is a great look here for Hawaii.
Yeah, this is a couple trades, but at the end of it all, as we've seen, actually, the key pickoff I want to comment on is River God going down.
There you go.
River God going down so early every time denies how close the Coalescence is. That Coalescence has to be higher. You have to win more fights with Coalescence to push this to 100%, to push this to the map 3. So if River God keeps going down first, that is a huge win condition for CU.
A lot of pressure, and Woombalanji almost has well, they 99. Oh, that's EMP. You've got it. That's another win condition. There it is. Clipping. Oh, just Funkmaster in the process. Probably thought he was a little bit closer to Divination, and in the end, it's going to be Nepotus going to use that self-destruct to clear space and remech themselves. There is still a lot of damage being done by Colorado, and oh, the point got flipped back in their favor. University of Hawaii has to get on the point as the OT bar has been triggered. They need to win and take the point back in their favor to actually stay in this fight. It is match point here for Colorado, and they are doing everything they can to zone Hawaii away. Body block, boop, take him down with the bullets, one after another. Coalescence popped by River God. There is so much chaos here as Colorado continues to just focus fire down, taking down University of Hawaii and taking the series here in map 5.
Tragedy. Hawaii. I'm gonna ask for confirmation, but yeah, I think that it officially means they're out of the playoffs. And
oh man,
what a tragic way. If it was a 3-0, honestly, I don't think it would hurt as bad as it does now. And I only say that because they put everything on the line. They brought it to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and
oh yeah,
heartbreaking for them.
I gotta agree with you there. Definitely was a beautiful performance from University of Hawaii. And, you know, everyone loves a good underdog story. And having Colorado, you know, as your last game of the season and as a game that is so critical to, you know, the standings and making it to playoffs, definitely a tough hand to be dealt.
Yeah, no, 100%. But we are going to be hearing from our winners and the #1 seed coming into the playoffs. So we'll be right back after a few short minutes. But don't go anywhere because you want to hear from CU.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EGFC. We are here with Divination from the victorious and currently #1 ranked University of Colorado team. Divination, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on being first seeded going into playoffs, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good to be here.
So, obviously, you know, there was some back and forth during that series. Can you give us a bit of an insight to kind of what the mentality was for the team throughout the entire series, actually?
Well, kind of like to preface it, we haven't really scrimmed much, so it's kind of a little awkward because we're kind of using this as a warm-up in a way. I don't want to say a warm up, but like this was us kind of getting back into playing together and like working on our synergy. So it was definitely a harder match than we expected. And of course, credit to University of Hawaii, they were still really good.
Yeah.
And I think just like losing the first map was kind of tough because we were just kind of getting into it. But I think the next few maps just kind of really showed that we came together as a team, and we were definitely able to show what we've been working on for the past, I don't know, a few months.
Yes, well, we did hear previously that you guys were putting a lot of work into your Hammond and Ball combinations, and there's no way that those players are going to be successful without the Discord orb that you are constantly slinging at people and helping them follow up on. What's the mentality for you as the support when you're doing that and you're seeing your teammates, whittle those people down and you're helping them out?
Well, I think it's really helpful because we have like a decently good comm structure in the sense that like I have a good idea of when I want to walk up and like play really aggressive, which I guess in EGF that's kind of like the highlight of my play, I guess, just walking it down and with Bird Boys hard pocketing me and yeah, just like killing as many as I can. But I think just like overall the team communication is just helping so much for that because like we're able to focus targets really well, and it just allows for individual play to even shine even more, especially just like just everyone kind of having confidence in their play.
I like that line that you said about letting the individuals shine as they, as you see them and you're helping enable them. Because I do see a lot of that on Colorado in general. And it's not always just from, the flashy big kills on the DPS. We see the pulse bomb eats, we see the stuns, and, it's a beauty to watch your guys' synergy.
This is pretty interesting. Just like considering the past few months have been, well, I guess like the past month really has been really difficult for just scrimming wise with like midterms and whatnot.
Oh,
So
geez,
just
yeah.
so building up to like playoffs, we're definitely hoping to like get this down and like just work even more on our synergies. So like these small things that like we're having issues with now become almost obsolete, and we can start
Nice.
working on kind of the bigger things where we have our tracer and ball like working perfectly in tandem, like going on flanks, forcing out tracers, just kind of like things that like instead of saying it mid-match, it's just kind of a known fact that that's what your role is and that's how you're going to be playing with the other players on your team.
Right. Well, I a lot to break down from that series, but I think the most important question of it all was, how did that loss feel? I mean, we were really surprised. And then it seemed y'all just were like, I'm gonna 2 losses. Well, the first loss, I'm more specifically talking about the first loss. Did y'all just were like, we're gonna play ball now and we're gonna destroy them? Because Hollywood was 100% one-sided.
Yeah, I think our ball comp really shines just because we've been playing it for so long, and I'm like heavily enabled on the Zen, so I'm kind of able to make plays by myself. But when we're playing like these Moira comps and whatnot, it's very hard to kind of have that impact that Zen has. So like as a team, it's more, you can't rely on the individual skill. You have to work on like, who are we focusing and like are we diving together and whatnot. So there's definitely a lot more nuance to our brawl comps, but that's also because like the lack of us playing together, we're having like trouble with that. But like we weren't really phased from losing that first map, so just like going forward, just working on it, I guess.
Right. Well, now looking forward, you're number one. You're the number 1 seed. You're expected to at least make it to the grand finals, I think, by the vast majority of people watching. But who are you looking out for? Are you maybe afraid of any teams, or maybe you want to make a statement to anyone?
Well, I think at this point, I think we're not really afraid of any teams, and I think most teams should be afraid of us.
Ooh, okay.
To put it lightly, of course.
Okay.
I appreciate that kind of mentality. That is the exact things I would say to my own enemies. So Divination, I gotta say, really, really great to hear from you and, have that insight. Is there anyone you want to shout out or maybe put the spotlight on before you sign off?
I guess just the whole team and our coach Spoon, and also Bird Boys for just dealing with everything that I do and just be calling for the most random things because just having a hard pocket 24/7 is very helpful. Yeah.
Well, you get a large amount of work done on that Zenyatta, and definitely enough to warrant the pockets and the resources, because you also, like you said, use your own to enable your teammates and let them shine. And I do believe that is one of the greatest strengths Colorado does have as a team. And good luck moving into the playoffs. We will have our eyes on you and look forward to seeing you play more.
Thank you for having me.
Well, folks, that is going to go ahead and wrap up our matches of the evening. This is what the last week of the spring season. So this will be, the last time we all see each other before the playoffs on the weekend of the 9th and the 10th. Zohan, anything on your mind before we give our goodbyes?
I'm so heartbroken for Hawaii. Just it's so close, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. You can't decide who you play week to week. So sadly, just the way scheduling went, they had to play the ;1 team to decide if they're going to make playoffs or not, and it almost worked in their favor. See you saying they haven't scrimmed aside, just Hawaii still brought it to the wire. They were still super close.
Absolutely. And I mean, these are all student athletes. Man, I remember when I was doing that and juggling midterms and exams and all of that during playing your passion. And it is absolutely hectic. It is very difficult to do. And, it's great to see that these guys are still able to bring this competitiveness. They still have that edge. And, they've still got their sights set on the playoffs and taking first. You guys heard those words from Divination about how, Colorado's the one everyone needs to watch out for, and love a challenge issued like that. It was great being here for the whole spring season. I was not as consistent as all of some of the other casters you might have seen. And of course, Zohan, thank you so much for joining me today on the broadcast. Couldn't have done it without you. And folks, I know I've called Aeon out a few times this broadcast, but they are the one that is actually here every single week. They have been behind the scenes every single week and for every single game, regardless of the caster talent you see on the screen. So huge props to you for actually making this possible every single week. Tyler, we love you. We love the things you do here at EGF, all of the different games, and make sure you check them out on all the socials as well. We will see you for the playoff seasons.
Oh, and just to make sure, if you like Smash Bros and or Rocket League, be sure to tune in this weekend, especially on this channel. It's literally going to be like all weekend, starting tomorrow to Sunday.
Nice.
And I think Valorant as well. I don't know if it's going to be on official EGF. So we have a jam-packed schedule. So please be sure to tune in. It's finals, postseason.
Right. This is what we've all been working towards, right? All the seasons, the whole thing. It's finals time. This is when it's going to be its most competitive, and everyone is here to leave it on the field, in the map, whatever you want to call it, in the Overwatch. But you're absolutely right. EGF has so many different games to be checking out, and they've got a lot coming up. So make sure you check it out. Don't miss anything, and we will see you around the scene, folks.